and welcome to day 2 of Qubes OS Summit 2023. Yeah, when I'm looking at you, I see that we were able to eliminate a couple people yesterday during after party, so they didn't wake up today. But yeah, I hope they will come back to the talks. Yeah, so let's start second day. As I said, today still we have conference talks and design session later, and tomorrow we have hackathon. I don't know, like, do you want to say something about yesterday? Like, did you like it?
Yeah, I like it very much.
What was the most interesting for you?
Design session, of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
UX stuff.
Yeah, it was a very interesting discussion. A lot of interesting notes. I think the next version will be even more user-friendly. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I also liked UX stuff. I always saying to Marta that we need that talk because talking about all this nitty-gritty details inside hypervisors and security is too much for 2 days, and we need something different, and this is definitely something I guess outside of our domain of expertise. And that's good that someone support us in this. And I hope that we will have quite a lot of interesting talks today. I guess yesterday there were a couple times TrenchBoot mentioned. So, but let's look at the agenda today. So Marek will start 10:15, and we'll say about Qubes OS.
Yeah, how to contribute, how to help. How to build cubes, how to do some patches.
Yeah, I really looking for that talk because we have some stuff to contribute regarding anti-evil Maid, and of course we're struggling with that a lot. So I hope that there will be questions and there will be answers, and then after this talk we will know everything how to contribute to cubes. After that, Simon will talk about the modern sleep states. I guess this is also very interesting because this kind of stopping us because this is a huge problem for modern hardware, and we need that support sooner or later. Then Maciej will talk about the TrenchBoot anti-evil Maid roadmap, challenges, and advancements. And I guess this is something that many people are looking for. Yeah, I have to say it's not going fast enough, and it's not going at the pace that we would like to have, but maybe you can help also. Then Wessel, one of our sponsors, will talk about NovaCustom October update, and a little bit about the heads firmware, which will come soon. I guess it's already pre-sale. So yeah, for NovaCustom, and we will see what's the plans for NovaCustom in upcoming quarters. Then I will have a talk about SaltStack. Also have quite a lot of discoveries with 4.2 RC3. Some things changing, some things doesn't work. Some things Marek say it shouldn't work, but it works. So yeah, we will see. Then lunch break at 10 minutes after 1 p.m. And we will talk about universal second factor, U2F. It would be Piotr's talk. And then we will have recorded talk from Arc Compute from Arthur about vGPUs. And then we will switch to documentation, localization. I guess this M is Maya. And then there we will have very short introduction to design session, where I would like to talk about a tool which could evaluate platform security features. So we will know, okay, what are the possibilities of delivering the Sharo, and then of course get Qubes certification with that, and also how we can leverage this kind of tool inside Qubes, how this will look like. And this will be about Intel Boot Guard, about TPMs, DRTM, anti-evil Maid, SRTM, UEFI Secure Boot, this kind of stuff. And after that, we're closing. And of course, if anyone would like to go to some other beers or some evening event, then we can self-organize, because there's nothing there's no reservation today. But I guess if someone wants, we can go there. Okay. that's it for introduction.
Yeah. And tomorrow we will have a hackathon. So if you have some specific ideas what to work on tomorrow, maybe talk with people and like plan what do you want to do tomorrow. We will be here. We will be helping answer questions and working with on interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm. I guess we need some reorganization here. Do we have some ideas how to do that?
Yeah,
we will talk. Okay.
We'll talk, yeah.
Okay. What about? I guess like we will start with writing down some topics. Yeah. Tomorrow, and then we will start coding, hacking, and we will see what will be the result.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello again. I will be talking about Qubes OS contributing process. But first, I would like to thank to our sponsors: Freedom of the Press Foundation, Mulvat VPN, NovaCustom, and Nitroki. So first, some overview. So Qubes OS is, as you know, open source product, and we welcome any kind of contributions. So here is some examples. How can you help? You can, of course, contribute some code, some patches, some pull requests. But you can also just test new version, report bugs, report issues, help with making Qubes more stable, more usable. Or if you find some place that is not clear how to do, help improve either within the Qubes itself, like propose some improvement to the workflow, or maybe improve the documentation. Our documentation exists, but it's not great, I know. So that's also some area we could use some help. There are some more examples on our website. But today I will be focusing mostly about contributing code, because Qubes is quite complex project. So I will be explaining what and how to do. So first of all, we have over 150 repositories on GitHub. In fact, almost 200. So when you want to do some change, the first step is identifying where that change should be made. So for example, if you see on your system some file you'd like to modify, and you're trying to find in which repository this file is, so the first step would be finding in which package this file is. And you can do that with a package manager. On Fedora, that is RPM. On Debian, that will be dpkg. And simply use RPM minus QF and a file path. It will tell you package name. Usually, the package name is very similar to the repository name. There may be some minor differences, like repository name may be with Linux suffix, but Linux package will not have this suffix. There may be some minor differences. In some cases, the more helpful option is just to use source to find source package name, because one source package can build multiple binary packages. So in some cases that's useful. In most cases that's not really needed. And then, yeah, the repository name will be similar. But if you don't see something similar on GitHub, or you see several options that are similar, then simply take the source package name and search in GitHub in which repository this package is. So, some example. Let's say I want to change something in this file, etc qubes rpc / qubes.salt linux vm. So first step, I use RPM to find in which package this file is, and I got qubes mgmt salt vm connector. Then I take this name, and I'm trying to find which source package this is, and this is qubes mgmt salt vm. So looking for this name on GitHub, I get a repository name, which is, as I said, very similar. There is some suffix in the package name, but that's because in a single repository we have -vm and -0 packages. So this is how to find which repository. Okay, So, and in the repository you can easily find the actual file. So, okay, we have the file. So how to modify it? First of all, you need to fetch the repository. If you are doing some very simple change, then you can simply some documentation or something that doesn't really require much testing. Then you can simply clone the repository, git clone, and use that. That's the quickest option for a single change. But if you are planning to do some more changes later, or maybe in also different repositories, then I would recommend using Qubes Builder, because it's the initial setup is more complicated, but later it will be much easier, because it will automatically fetch all the sources. It will allow you to build it, etc. And one important thing when you are doing some changes, please always do that in a separate branch. If you do either git clone or with Qubes Builder, make a separate branch, do commit there, push to GitHub, and make a pull request. Technically, you can also do that directly on a main branch, but it will be confusing later if there is some more changes needed or something. Generally, create new branch for any kind of changes. Okay, so you made some change. So next step is try to build it. Again, if there is some very simple change that is, I don't know, some fixing some typo in documentation, that or something you tried locally in directly editing that file, and it simply works, then you can simply push to GitHub and open pull request. We have CI that will build all the packages, check if this work, depending on the repository and change complexity. We may schedule it to additional tests. We have also your OpenQA. I will be talking about in a moment. So for very simple changes, just do the change and commit, push the GitHub and open pull request. But for most code changes, I will recommend testing, building and testing locally first. So how to use new Qubes Builder? Because for a long time we used Qubes Builder without this V2. And it still works. You can use that for Qubes 4.1, 4.2. But with Qubes 4.2, we are slowly migrating to Builder v2. All the official packages in 4.2 are built using the new Builder. So if you are just starting now, then I would recommend going to Builder v2 directly. The initial setup is described in the README file. How to install dependencies on. You can use that on Fedora, on Debian, on Ubuntu. There are different executors that actually do the build. For the simplest setup, I would recommend using Docker. I will show you in a moment. So here is some example config. So first of all, the configuration file for the builder includes a list of all the components, all the repositories, all the distributions you are going to build for. So the full config file is quite long, and we provide a directory with example configuration files. But there is also a method to include one config from another. What I would recommend is creating builder.yaml file that includes the default configuration file, this one, and then apply some changes that are convenient for local development. So the first section here, use Qubes repo, is to be when you build a package, to not require building everything on your machine, but fetch dependencies from Qubes repositories. And here you point to use repository for Qubes 4.2 and to enable current testing repository for development. Again, I would recommend to also based on the latest testing version. The next option is a convenient feature when you build a package to automatically increase the version number, or actually package release number. This will, when you build several iterations, it will make it easier to test, because then you can get the package and simply update to it. Most package managers can also reinstall package with the same version but with different content, but it's messy at times. So you can automatically increase version, then you can simply build, copy, and to another VM or wherever you want to test it, and then update to that version. Next option, skip git fetch, is this is again useful option for development, because Qubes Builder by default, when you ask it to fetch sources, it will fetch the latest sources from Git repository. So if you have some local changes, or you are on another branch or something, without this option, Qubes Builder will fetch a new version from the main branch and switch to the main branch. So you will be like going back and forth between branches. It's not convenient this way. For development, I recommend using skip git fetch. This is only about skipping, like refreshing sources that you if you already have it locally. If you don't have sources yet, even with this option, it will still fetch the latest version, but it will not update sources if you have them already. So if you'd like to later update your sources, then either for a moment comment out this option, this skip git fetch, or you can also provide from command line. I'll show you in a moment how to change one option for one invocation of Qubes Builder. And finally, the executor I was talking about. There are two main executors that are supported. One is Docker, so every package will be built inside a Docker container. It's mostly to provide some stable environment, so we don't need to worry about different dependencies on different distributions, and one package is available there and not that. And so it's mostly for convenience. So for just for contributors for simple setups, Docker is the convenient choice. If you are using Docker on Qubes, by default the containers will be in varlib Docker, and this lives on the root volume and not private volume, so you may need to either increase the root volume, but those containers won't be persistent, or use the bind dirs feature to have it moved to the private volume. I think this is documented somewhere on our website, and also I think in the README for Qubes Builder. The other executor and the default one in this configuration file is Qubes executor that is using disposable VMs. So each build gets a new disposable VM. It's better for isolation, but it's also slower. So if you want to just build something for local testing, Docker is the way to go. So before, when you set up Docker, you need to prepare the Docker image that will be used for building. And there are two methods for that. One is calling this to generate container image with parameter Docker. There is also Podman supported, but not every feature works in Podman. So at some point I would like this to work for everything, but now currently Docker is a simpler option. So this way it will fetch the pre-built image with some specific hash and install additional dependencies there. Or you can build the whole container from scratch, but this due to dependencies works only on Fedora. So if you are using Qubes Builder on Debian, this option unfortunately won't work. The only difference is this last argument. Here we don't have anything, and here we have name of the configuration. I think that's a mock configuration file. Yeah. So yeah, those are the options I explained before, if somebody is just reading slides. And okay, so we have it configured, everything is set up. So how to use it? Qubes Builder comes with a short script QB, and this is the main entry point. So you call QB, well, you can start with qb-help to get what's possible there. So we have, I will focus on the command package, because this is for building packages. So here you can see some extra option. Here -c and name of the repository. This means this -c is my component option, so it will build only this single component. If you skip this option, it will try to build all the packages, which may or may not be what you intend to do. If you want to build whole distribution and then build installation image, etc., you can skip -c. It will take some time to build everything. Again, if you can specify also what distribution you'd like to build for. If there is -d option here. And for example, if you want to build build Fedora 38 package, then and a VM package, not DOM0 package, then -d VM-fc 38. A list of defined distribution is in that example config I was mentioning earlier. You can also add some more if you'd like. But if you don't provide this option, it will build for all the configured distributions. So it will build RPM package, deb package, Arch Linux package. I don't remember if it's enabled by default, but yeah. So you have those options. And if you run with --help, you will get more options. Especially there is option -o, I think, to change a configuration option from command line. So if you want to skip set this skip git fetch to false for just one invocation, you can do that also from command line. Yeah. So we have a package command, and then subcommand on the next line. You can see fetch. Fetch is just about fetching sources. So it will only fetch sources, and the sources will be in. Why I don't have it here? Okay, artifacts, sources, and the name of the repository. So here, core agent Linux, right? There are also some other files created to track what was the last version used, etc. But what you are interested in is this artifact sources directory. This is where Git repositories with all the code are located. So you can do your changes there. Qubes Builder will also automatically verify signatures on the code when it fetches stuff, so you can have a convenient workflow for fetching securely updates. So the next time you go there, you apply your changes. Remember to create new branch. You can commit it, you can leave committing to a later stage. Qubes Builder will take the sources as you have them in this, this directory. So the next step is building stuff. So you call very similar command, but with instead of fetch, you can simply use all. This will call all the steps, including fetch again, but we set this skip git fetch option. So if you have sources already, it will simply skip this fetch. But if some extra sources are needed, some tarball of, I don't know, Linux kernel or Zen or something, it's still downloaded even with skip git fetch, which is convenient if you, for example, update version, so it will fetch the new version. Okay, so do package all, it will build stuff, and the resulting files are in one of those, well, actually in both of those directories. So you can take RPM packages and do something about that. 10 minutes, okay. Okay, a bit about committing. How to format a good commit message. First of all, the general format is that there's short description, some one line, rather short, up to 72, maybe 80 characters, but please, not much more. Then empty line, and then the long description. And when you write a commit message, this is description what the change is. It has several purposes. First of all is to help understand why this change is needed. And this is when you submit your contribution. Okay, so I see you want to change A to B, but why? Why is it a good idea to change? But this is useful during a review, why this change should be accepted, but also later in a time when you try to figure out, okay, you see this line, something depends on this line, but you'd like to know why this was changed like 2 years later. So commit message should help explaining that. And also some is better. Okay, so you have your package, you have your commit, and how to test stuff. So first of all, we have quite a lot of automated testing. In some repositories, we have unit tests. You can find it by, in the next slide, by looking for run tests script. In the repository where we have unit test, we have also run test script. We have also integration tests using OpenQA. This is also installing your package in a separate fresh Qubes installation and doing a lot of testing. So we have quite a lot of automated testing, but it's still it's a good idea, especially if you add some new feature that doesn't have tests yet. It's a good idea to test yourself and maybe write those tests. So there are different options. If you are changing something in a VM, then you can simply copy to another VM, install, see if that works. If that works, fine. Okay. If it doesn't, then you can shut down the VM, and app VMs generally don't have persistent root file system, so the changes automatically reverted. It's very convenient. You can also use disposable VMs for that. If you change something in DOM0, the situation is a bit more complicated because you cannot have disposable DOM0 yet.
Wish for Zen to have nested verts so that
Yeah.
cubes and cubes.
Yeah, so if you are doing some regular contributions, then generally it's most preferable to have some separate laptop, separate system for testing. Yeah, it doesn't scale well, so you can also test on your system, but you know, it is some risk because if your change doesn't work, then now your system doesn't work. So I will show in a moment how to do that mostly safely. Yeah. So first for unit tests, so there is a run test script. It runs tests and says if it worked. I will skip more because I'm running out of time. For testing in a separate VM, simply copy package, then update. And this is why this automatic version update is convenient, because you can simply call dnf update and the RPMs, and it will automatically choose, oh, this is the newer version, okay, I will update. And if you need to restart something, I don't know, your terminal application in that test VM broke, there is a QVM console disk VM tool that opens like kind of serial console to that VM. You can log in and fix stuff. And since that's app VM that is not persistent, you can simply shut down that VM and return to a clean state. If you need to change something, test something that requires, like, interacts with VM startup, you can create standalone VM, install, change, restart, test stuff, and then remove the VM. For testing in DOM0, it's a bit more complicated. First of all, if you are going to test some specific package, start with fetching the RPM package, the original one. So if something goes wrong, you have locally already downloaded package you can downgrade to. Because if, for example, you do some change and you cannot start any VM anymore, it will be harder to fetch the working version. So start with this. And just for a good measure, the downloaded packages are in valid Qubes updates RPM. Copy this directory somewhere, because if you do Qubes DOM0 update, it may clean this directory and fetch newer version. You want to have some backup. Then in your VM you are building the package to test. Take the package you built and copy to DOM0. We intentionally make copying stuff to DOM0 a bit harder to avoid some misclicks and to avoid risking breaking your system. But you're trying to break your system intentionally, right? So this is one of the options how to do that. For a single file, you can also use cut some file and redirect to a file. This is also some in Qubes documentation. I know somebody will scream at me that don't use tar, it's too complex. But you are going to install the package from that VM anyway. It will have full control on your system. It's okay. Yeah, update. Check before confirming the update. Check if it's actually want to install the packages you intended, not something else. And then test. And if everything is fine, you are good. And if something breaks, you can downgrade to the version you saved in the first step. Then submit change. I will skip how to create pull request. I think it's quite easy. How to interpret CI results. We have this continuous integration / pull request check on GitHub. So this is some short instruction. If something fails and you don't understand what, please ask simply in a comment. OpenQA, I add a label OpenQA pending when something is selected to test on OpenQA, and then OpenQA run takes about 12 hours or sometimes more. And the result is posted in a comment. Again, not all the results, not all the failures may be related to your trains. I test several pull requests at the same time, so maybe some failure is related to another. If you have some doubts, it's how to interpret results, don't hesitate to ask. Review, yeah, all code. We review all the code. One important thing, if you are fixing something that was pointed out in the review, I prefer to change the existing comment, amend existing comment, and force push to that branch instead of having several comments like this is the change and this is fix for the change and another fix. It's more cleaner approach. Yeah, and there, when the change is merged, you can, here is the rest of the process. How does it, what happens next? How is it shipped to the users? First to testing repository, after some time to stable repository. Depending on the change, it may be backported to previous versions. So I have it described all here. Yeah, and that's all. Any questions? Yep.
Can you tell the builder to fetch from fork instead of main repo?
Yes, there is an option for each component. You can specify a full path to the Git repository to fetch from. I think we have even some examples in the default configuration specifically for Unix, because Unix has own organization.
Not a question, more of a suggestion. So while working on UX stuff, if I want to change a component that has like a visual side to it, I generally search for like the string or like just some string on the component. Like I see here the domains widget says Open Cube Manager, and I say like I search on GitHub under the Qubes OS organization, like under quotation marks for this string, and then I found the repo.
Yep,
yeah.
that works too.
Pretty great.
Yep.
Reminder that all comments need to be GPG signed.
Yes, right. When you make a commit, we also have a test check for that on GitHub. Okay. Yeah. So when you do a commit, we also prefer all the commits. Well, I should say require all the commits to be signed. Yeah. And we also have documentation on the website how to create GPG key, set up Git to use it, etc. Yeah.
Last question. Are my commits being used to train some like AI models or stuff? If I morally find that unacceptable?
That's a very good question. You post some stuff on the internet. We use GPL to license. According to the license, all the everybody can use that, but needs to when they do some derivative work, they need to give credit to the original author. If
Keep the license.
hmm?
Keep the license.
Keep the license, yeah. If they do that, you know, there are a lot of people breaking the law, unfortunately. They should not.
Yeah, Microsoft, there's probably going to be a class, there's several class action lawsuits already. I think it was one.
Okay, thank you, Marek.
I'm gonna give a short talk about S0EX support or the ongoing work for this in Qubes. First, I will talk a bit about what is S0EX for those who have no idea yet. It's some new standby method. I will go into this in a moment, and then I will give a short overview about current patches and progress. I'm not going too much into details since this should be just an overview. Therefore, I will be skipping some things or simplifying a bit. And then a little warning, all this stuff is ongoing, so the current state or the knowledge about problems are always changing, and a few things are also not well documented from other things, other software or the CPU stuff, and so be careful to not take everything I say as authoritative source. So if you are debugging something and seeing that it doesn't match what I said, then when it ask, maybe there's some more info or I just misunderstood something or whatever. Before we go to the content, short note, my name is Simon. You might also know me by my nickname. The first time I did get into Qubes was 2014, and a bit later I started working at least part-time for Qubes, and later full-time, and this sometimes involves working on Qubes and sometimes other projects. So this strange name S0X is some name from the ACPI standard. First, the more common names, S0 is just a running system, S3 is suspend to RAM, the classic mode for suspending or called standby, sleep, whatever. S4 is suspend to disk, where the content is written to disk, and you then basically can power off the system, often called hibernate. This also doesn't really need firmware support, and then we have S5, which is just a turned off system. And in this set of naming, there comes this new thing, S0RX. S0 running system, I for idle, and X will actually be some number, but it doesn't matter for our level we are looking at. It's a new suspend mode. Overall, it's more or less like a suspend to RAM, but it's supposed to be support faster sleep and wake up. You have the more granular suspending, so you can wake up for some things and stuff like this. It also supports some opportunistic mode where the system, when it's just idle, already can utilize some of this low power stuff without you having to click suspend or closing the lid or something. But that's not interesting for us right now. We are interested in this topic because for some systems it's mandatory, or at least that's where the focus is on a modern platform. So S3 will be either not supported or less tested. And Xen right now doesn't really have support for this yet, and that's mainly the point of all this work. Before we go to the functioning of this thing, it has quite a few names from ICP standard. The S0X is coming, or also low power S0 idle. In the Linux world, you often will read suspend to idle. That is, strictly speaking, doesn't imply S0X. You can also just idle your system normally without support, but for low power consumption, you actually need platform support, and on x86 this means S0X. Then there's also some Microsoft marketing and certification stuff, which actually technically covers more than S0X, but often names like modern standby is used synonymously. According to Wikipedia, actually this Microsoft stuff got a few names over time, just that when you hear somebody talking about modern standby, they most likely mean exactly what we are talking here. So with classic S3 suspend, if you are putting your system into suspend, what is happening? So high-level overview, your OS prepares for suspending. It stops, freezes the running processes, or in case of a hypervisor, VMs. And then it calls some device driver callbacks so that the device driver are aware that we are going to suspend and are not confused after wake up or something like this. And then the OS requests from the firmware to put the system into S3, and roughly speaking, that's it. And the rest is job of the firmware. And usually you might have some problems with suspending or waking up. That is like some driver hanging or something. But if it's working, you usually actually get low power consumption. On the other hand, S3IX works a little bit different. We also start with freezing processor, and but where the device driver now needs to ensure that all relevant devices gets into their custom low power modes, like SATA has some low power link mode, PCI Express has something, like your USB controller has some mode for this. And then the operating system just idles like it would be when it doesn't have any work to schedule. And then inside your system, the power management controller will detect all devices are in low power. My CPU is in low power idle, and then it will put your system into some more global low power state, which significantly reduce the power consumption. But that's only working if actually the requirements are met. If some device isn't configured properly, then the power management will see, oh, no, this device is blocking, I can't do this yet. And so your system will just idle like normally, which means quite a lot more power consumption than normal suspend. And that means it's quite a hardware supported challenge, because suddenly a lot more things are involved. With S3, we already had some problems, but usually, as I said, when it is suspend and waking up works, then it usually also means low power consumption. I'm not sure how much is this just the S3 being more older and mature, and how much is this design decision for S0X, but in practice it's a problem, because any driver or something can keep the system from entering low power modes. For example, for my first testing with my test system, I run into the problem that the SATA controller did prevent low power residency. And if you actually know the problem, it's easy to fix if you configure some link power management. And obviously, yeah, that's not ideal. Admittedly, it's not today. SATA is not the standard. In most mobile systems, you will have NVMe drive, but you see, it's not really a much special thing. Yeah, I already ran into problems. It's also, as far as I understand, not specific to my system. It's basically every 11th generation mobile CPU from Intel is affected by this. I tried to upstream a patch to change the default in Linux, but unfortunately that led to some regression unrelated to suspend for others, which I didn't observe locally. And since that's some specific hardware thing, this is currently I'm not actively looking. At some point I would like to get it fixed. That's not only for us a problem. Also, if you look online forums or some, you will see with native Linux is also a topic, but with Xen and PCI pass-through, which probably very little other people are doing with suspend, this will make the problem worse. And based on what you read in some IT magazine or something, even Windows, which is maintained by the device vendor sometimes get into issues that the system isn't actually using the low power modes. So now about have some short overview about what the SOX is doing, and now what do we need to have support, or what's the current state here. On the Linux side, I had to patch the interrupt driver to actually support waking up. Otherwise, the system goes to sleep, and Linux suddenly ignores the error that the interrupt driver doesn't understand wake up events, and then you can't wake up your system. That patch is currently waiting for upstream review. On the Xen side, it uses some legacy timer mode, which needs to be avoided. That patch is upstreamed. Initially, since that's what Linux is doing, we assumed that we will need to support the M8 idle driver. And the Xen version has some limitation, which can't read some configuration from ACPI, but current testing suggests that it's not actually needed, and the generic ACPI idle driver is working good enough. We will see. For now, we keep this behind the flag, and then we'll revisit upstreaming depending on the resulting, depending on the results. If you're following the Xendevil or something, you will see that some passages are missing. That's because I'm just mentioning what's technically needed and not some things which are helping with debugging but not strictly required. With this stuff, and then when you keep all devices in DOM0 and have a standard Linux config, then you get some okayish SOX residency. So there's some debug timer which says you how much of your time do you spend in these low power modes. And Linux is working fine. You basically sleep all the time. That's probably measurement error. But with the Xen stuff, right now we are just getting something little below 90%. It's probably some timer based on my debugging so far, but since the 90% sounds quite okay, we first wanted to look into getting the current state into Qubes so that the users has at least some reasonable okay working, and then revisiting this problem later. Unfortunately, when you have a full Qube system, you have a lot of pass-through devices, you have a slightly different Linux config, and then you get a lot of new problems. So currently, for S3, we have some brute force method to just unbind and unload drivers, because some did generate problems in the past. That's not what we plan for SOX, but then there we want to have the driver actually putting devices into their low power state. So this needs to be disabled. This is a brute force thing currently found in Qubes. The Linux PM power management system has some differentiation between suspend and freezing, which is done when you are hibernating, and Xen currently triggers this hibernate code path inside the VM, because usually Xen uses this feature also for migration, and then there's the proper thing to do, but for our needs we want to have the normal suspend code path, because some driver like the XATI driver for your USB controller actually behaves differently. That's something we need to look into, how to upstream this. That's not done yet. Another problem is that QEMUS filters PCI config space access for power management. That's easy to work around for testing, and for Qubes, for upstreaming, we need to look at a case without stub domains. We have PCI hot plugin disabled in the Linux config for DOM0. That's making problem with Thunderbolts, which is currently still an open topic. We might be able to work around, or maybe not. That's not yet clear. Another QEMU config space thing is that it has some code for passing through integrated graphics devices, and the Thunderbolt driver uses the same config space area, and then things are getting confused. For local testing, easy to work around. Upstreaming will to be done later. then Thunderbolt exposes some native host interfaces, which is what your Thunderbolt module in Linux is handling. With just MSI, like our config in a subdomain, interrupt delivery is broken. With the MSIX stuff Marek already talked about yesterday, that can be avoided, but we still run into some problems later, which is still open why it's hanging later. The initial config is working with MSIX. And beside this stuff, I'm also currently experimenting with as a workaround when the drive itself doesn't work pass through, that we patch PCI back to trigger this PCI power management commands. That might help with the Thunderbolt topic. With hot plugin disabled, it doesn't help yet. Without this, it's helping. Yeah, we will see if that's a strategy which will we will keep or maybe not. Yeah, open topic yet. So that was a quick overview about the current state and patches and stuff. So what's the outlook from this point? We hopefully get this stuff I just showed into Qubes, so to have some basic support, but the things like the Thunderbolt topic might turn out to be some blocking stuff, which since those devices are very common, we will see. And probably at first this will be behind some flags, so all these workarounds and help stuff doesn't accidentally might break your normal S3 system if your system supports S3. Obviously later this should be then supported by default. For a full addressing of all things, including this 90% thing, that's currently hard to predict how many things will show up or not. And as I explained, with the current state, you have to expect hardware issues since that's even outside of Qubes or Xen problem. So that was the short overview. If you have questions now or maybe later on Qubes level, if for some reason you really need to discuss this non-publicly, my usual email will work. And yeah, thank you.
Do you believe that S0ix will be as power saving as S3 one day?
I didn't have yet a platform where I could compare both at the same time. On my test system, this NUC thing, it's noticeably that it consumes a bit more than what I'm used to from S3. Like I think the best I have seen with native Linux is like 2 watts or something. But I don't have much hardware which supports which I can test with, and especially I don't have some system which supports both modes, so I don't know really. For this I would look at what is working with Windows from the vendor, and yeah, then I think then you have a realistic image what is possibly if everything is going right. So that is, I think, more a question for Intel or the mainboard vendor.
Shows that it will be possible because the hardware will be lower in consumption in general. So it means S3 will be still superior, but in the future consumption in the low power mode will be just smaller than it's right now. So yes, it will be better probably, but not because of this mode, but because of the hardware and the procedure of manufacturing. Okay, thank you.
about TrenchBoot anti-evil Maid project, about its status, plan, and what we have accomplished so far. I'm Maciej. I'm with 3M for more than 7 years. Currently, I'm mostly involved in engineering management. And today we will talk about anti-evil Maid. At first, I will briefly describe what that is. Briefly describe also the TrenchBoot project we are involving here. I will describe project plan, what challenges we have faced so far, and what the current status is. So we had similar presentation last year, so I will skip explaining in details what anti-evil Maid is and what TrenchBoot is. You can watch that. I don't want to be repetitive too much and focus on the current advancements. And you can see the presentation from last year on YouTube. It was presented by Michał. In short, what anti-evil Maid is it is a set of software packages in Qubes OS. You can find those in GitHub, Qubes OS as well. Mainly those are some bash scripts as far as I know. And the goal of that solution is to provide protection against anti-evil Maid attack. In short, what that attack is you left your device somewhere and then some adversary with physical access can tamper with that device somehow. You go back and you are not sure whether your device was tampered with or not. And the goal of anti-evil Maid is to provide some protection against that, to at least provide some proofs whether your device was tampered with or not when you were absent. Currently in Qubes OS, that solution requires TPM and DRTM. It uses T-boot. In order to use DRTM, we need some technology from silicon vendor, such as Intel TXT, which must be present both in hardware and supported correctly in firmware as well. So TrenchBoot, this is from the TrenchBoot website. TrenchBoot project is a framework that allows individuals and projects to build security engines to perform launch integrity actions for their systems. For our purpose, we can say that we will use DRTM here as well, so similar to T-boot. So the goal of our project here would be to replace the existing solution based on T-boot with the one based on TrenchBoot. The reasoning behind that was also presented last year, but in short, we want to ensure to have broader hardware compatibility, for instance, and also provide some additional security benefits. TrenchBoot has several components. All of them are hosted right now in GitHub under TrenchBoot organization. The most important ones we can say are secure kernel loader. It is required only for AMD platforms. For the purpose of this presentation, maybe it's not that much interesting today, but we need to go back to that one eventually. Then we have grub. We have some patches needed to be applied on top of grub to support our boot flow. Then we have, in case of Qubes OS, we have Zen, which needs to be patched as well. But in case of, let's say, normal Linux distribution, we apply those patches to Linux, not to Zen. So what is the plan? Those are milestones from GitHub. Those are in the TrenchBoot issues repository. The first one was basically finalized. We will go back to that in a moment. It was about adding, basically replacing existing T-boot with TrenchBoot, because T-boot supported only TPM 1.2 platforms, only Intel platforms, and the goal was to provide the same set of compatibility, but with another software solution. The second phase is about extending it further to add TPM 2.0 as well. The third phase is about extending, improving our current patches to the newer TrenchBoot boot protocol, which was published some months ago, and the patches we have still do not catch up with that. We will need to also extend that specification. We will see that in a moment. The phase 4 is about adding support for AMD as well, because the previous ones only target Intel platforms. And those phases, 2, 3, and 4, are funded by with the support of an NNet Foundation. We also have phase 5 with the goal of adding UFI support. That phase is not that much precise as the previous ones, and it's not part of that NNet project. So I said we'll have a few more words about phase 3. So as I said, the specification is there on the TrenchBoot website. Currently, it is focused on booting Linux, only not Zen, so even that part would need to be updated on our side. So the Zen boot flow can be on par with the latest Linux boot flow changes. And then we, of course, need to implement that Zen part, and also the grab part needs to be updated to adhere to the current boot protocol. For phase 4, as I said, AMD support, and we also expect some specification changes to be required here. So what challenges we've been facing during that project? Maybe for many of you that's maybe not a challenge at all, but I can say that ramping up non-Qubes OS users as Qubes OS developers is not that easy. So even like building packages for grab with our custom patches, for Zen with our custom patches, and applying them on top of Qubes custom patches, which are there as well, can be a bit tricky. It requires to learn the new workflow. What is more complicated here, that those packages must be installed in DOM0, so installing to DOM0 is also, some arbitrary packages is also a bit of a challenge for a newcomer. And we have some dev notes from our workflow. Then we also tried to reproduce OpenQA setup because we felt that might be helpful for us to have the automated installation tests running, but our ultimate goal will be to use hardware we have in the lab for automated testing for the solution to make sure it still works. So at first we tried with reproducing the OpenQA setup on VM, so just the installation test. That was not so straightforward as well. We added some documentation to the Qubes repositories. But even finally we couldn't make it work. We've been in touch with Marek, so we still need to go back to that. So that was the latest problem. We have a number of problems, of course, but that's the current one with sysfirewall when configuring after installation. When trying to get that working on hardware, there were another set of problems. We use PyKVM currently in our test lab, so we thought maybe we could use that devices to run some tests from the OpenQA, but at the same time we wanted to retain the PyKVM feature because it's really useful for us for development purposes. We know that with the Qubes OS OpenQA setup, the worker is directly on the Pi. In our case, and the PyKVM in fact is not used by Marek, but only some scripts and so on to control the keyboards. So yeah, we tried to expose the video stream not directly, but send it over network to another worker. we try to use VNC, but there are some incompatibilities in formats, what is supported by OpenQA and what is exposed by PyKVM. So we are still looking into that, whether what we are trying here makes sense, or maybe we should align more to set up the Qubes OS has. Another set of challenge was actually get the hardware that may work for that project for the phase 2. For the phase 2 requirements were like to have legacy boot, to have Intel CPU with TXT support, and onboard TPM 2.0. So legacy boot support nowadays typically can be seen as CSM support in UEFI firmware. TXT must be supported by CPU. It must be supported by PCH, both at the same time. If platform has vPro sticker, it may be a good chance that it will be compatible, but you are not sure. And it must be supported by the firmware. Typically, it's exposed as some TXT enable disable option. Then we need some ACM blob in the firmware. So not all of the devices, as we show, come with that. We have some means of loading that later, but it's some additional steps we must do. And when developing the solution, we need to think about that as well. That in the wild, some hardwares may not ship the required blobs. And for the development specifically, we needed a serial port for debugging. But in general, when we provide some recommendations for users, the serial port, of course, would not be mandatory. So last year, Michał said about Supermicro that we used that one, Supermicro X11 board. It was, I believe, 8th generation Intel CPU, but we've faced several problems with that one. Some of them are here, like long boot time. In general, we had very poor BMC experience. The Redfish implementation was somewhat there, but partly it was not implemented, partly it was not working as we were expecting it to work. So the automation part on that hardware was really tricky to make it work correctly. The most problematic one was serial port, because the serial on that one, either the serial over LAN or the physical serial port goes through BMC, and that output is malformed in many different ways depending on what kind of BIOS settings we use. For example, like that. So it's really unfeasible to develop reliably and to get some reliable information from the logs. Another one we tried was Protectly VP4670. On the stock BIOS there is no TXT support, even though hardware supports that. So stock BIOS was already couldn't be used here. In current Dasha release we do not support TXT, and they are UEFI only anyway, so no legacy boot. We made some dev builds for core boot with TXT support and CBIOS payload for legacy boot support, but another set of problems we faced, like Zen didn't boot on that one in legacy mode. It's something to be investigated further. We just switched to another hardware to make the progress, not fight with hardware, but it's something we want to also explore further to make it allow, of course, to work with the shower. Another one was Lenovo, one of thin clients, ThinkCenter M920. So it has i5 8500T CPU, so it says it has vPro, so it probably has TXT. That's what also ARC says. It has TPM 2.0 module. The chipset is also supports TXT, but be aware that you may face some lower-ended models that have CPU TXT capable, but chipset not. So you are not able to use in fact TXT on that one. And yes, the BIOS support was also there, but the ACM was not there. So we needed to load it externally. We did. In the end, we got stuck on some undocumented error code. We just moved on to another hardware, waiting for resolving that later. So another one was HP EliteDesk 800 G2. It also has vPro CPU, but 2 generations lower, Comet Lake. It has TPM 1.2 on board, but for HP, many of the platforms have TPM upgradable to 2.0, so that's what we have done. I say it's almost a success because, in fact, we've been able to keep up with the implementation of on that platform. But sadly, with no automation as we wanted to, because it appears there was no graphical output on PyKVM from BIOS for who knows why. We tried various EDIDs and nothing works. Some USB ports didn't work, but maybe it's a problem with this particular unit. There was a serial port, but of course the BIOS is not redirected on serial, and there is no option to enable that. So no automation there. We gave up, just put the hardware on the developer desk, and we moved on to make some actual work. So the current status for phase 2, as I said, we can say it was released January. We had some blog posts describing our accomplishments, and you can try to use them to reproduce our results. But we still have pending review to be addressed in Qubes OS repositories. So that's why I say it's mostly finished. In that one, we have used the Sharo Optiplex, the Optiplex with the Sharo firmware, crafted to support TXT and with CBIOS payload, so we can use legacy boot. In case of phase 2, the development is also mostly finalized. Right now we are working on integrating that stuff and some more testing, not only on the HP platform, which we've been using right now to develop the phase 2, but also on the Optiplex to make sure that the TPM 1.2 solution still works as it worked before. So what we actually did in that phase, at first we extended anti-evil Maid scripts to detect TPM version, because so far they only supported TPM 1.2. We started with just detection, and if there is TPM 2.0, we just exit with error. That's it. So that was the first step. Then we integrated TPM 2.0 software stack in the Qubes OS DOM 0. Before it was not there, and it's of course needed for further development. Leveraging this stack from the previous task, we extended anti-evil Maid scripts to actually use TPM 2.0 commands, and they should provide the same set of functions, but not using the TPM 1.2 commands, but TPM 2.0. We added some OpenQA tests for anti-evil Maid. As I said, on our side it was not reproduced, but we running them on Qubes OS OpenQA, public one. But it still would be nice if we could run them locally even before pushing to Qubes. Some output from that test, you can see that we test for the anti-evil Maid in both TPM 1.2 and TPM 2.0. And another frame from the installation process, so the test proceeds with the whole anti-evil Maid installation and make sure that our new patches do not break that process. Another additional changes we have made, we have added CI for grab and Zen TrenchBoot packages. That's really useful for us to have some rapid packages development, packages creation from our development branches. That helps us with the problem I said about in the beginning, that building them is not that straightforward. And of course we are using the Qubes OS infrastructure for that. So that's the run from grab, and that's the run from Zen. So what are the next steps? As I said, the phase 2 is hopefully getting finished, released soon. So right now we are still working on some integration and final testing. The tests on HP are successful, but we are still in the process of making sure that on Optiplex, so on the TPM 1.2, it still works correctly. So we plan some demo, or at least some blog post presenting the results. So you can see, you can read that, understand that, and try to reproduce the results if you buy the correct hardware. Finally, we will, of course, work on upstreaming process as well. And after that, or maybe in parallel to the upstream, then the next phase would be to adjust our code developed so far in this project to the most recent TrenchBoot boot protocol. So that would be it from my side. I'm a bit early, so we can have some more questions, I assume. Sure.
In OpenQA Qubes infrastructure, what hardware target is using?
It's VM.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure, Marek, if we can also run some AM tests. If we run some tests, but the one I showed was from VM.
Yeah, so those tests are in VM. We can see if some hardware that is connected to OpenQA supports everything that is required. I'm not sure about that, but we can verify that.
Maybe some also comment about the project. So of course it should go way faster, and we expect it to go way faster with this project. Last year the plan was completely different. But even company which works 8 years low-level hardware stuff every day underestimated the problem of hardware and compatibility of hardware regarding the RTM, and I guess I would like to have wider discussion about that during design session.
Yes, please.
You mentioned problems with serial console on this Supermicro.
Yes.
Have you tried PCI card with serial code?
No, not on that one. We just moved on to another hardware, but yes, that's still something we could try. But even then, maybe we was already fed up with that board. But yeah, the boot time was still quite long. Entering the BIOS is not BIOS setting is not that pleasant, let's say, and the BMC is, if you use that, you know what it is.
Yeah, I asked because we test on the various different hardware with OpenQA.
Okay.
And getting serial console is very tricky, especially on laptops and
It is.
laptops. And PCI card with serial port is one of the options we use.
Okay, so we use reliably the PCI card, and okay.
Is there anything preventing us from testing on NovaCustom laptops?
For this
Yes, legacy, txt,
Why is that? Because
serial.
But serial is partially solved already.
Yes, the one from EDK2, but yes, it's like EDK2 console. I'm not sure. We don't have like any more Linux console, let's say. Yeah. So I suspect also Zen would not be there in the graph
Okay.
because it's only EDK2 console redirected via EC to.
Yeah, I guess we.
But the card may be card. Yeah, that's reasonable. We haven't tried that in fact. Yes.
So how you test? Like, do you test the NovaCustom automatically?
Yes. Yes. I don't remember exactly setup for serial port there. It may be PCI Express card with serial port put into N2 slot. I don't remember. I need to check, but that's one of the options.
Yeah. That's a good point. Any more questions?
Okay, so thank you, Maciej.
Thanks.
So I'm Wessel, and today I will talk about the NovaCustom October 2023 October
update, some new anti-tamper solution that we've introduced, and I will give a demonstration of HATS firmware. So let me introduce myself. I'm Wessel Klees Nakenboog, founder and director of NovaCustom, which is a laptop brand based in the Netherlands. We are doing this since 2015, and it's called NovaCustom since 2018. We offer our laptops with optionally custom laser engravings, and these are the laptops are customizable, so you can choose for yourself what amount of storage and RAM you would like, GPU options in some cases. We support both Windows and GNU Linux operating systems, or even both at the same time as dual boot. We are highly privacy and security focused, and we highly value the rights to repair and sustainability. And you can, of course, check our website configurelaptop.eu for more details. So today I will start with the demonstration of HATS firmware. I will explain a bit about it and about the benefits. Then I will, while the HATS firmware will be flashing, I will talk about the what is NovaCustom doing about the rights to repair and durability. Then I will tell something about our new physical privacy options, including the anti-tamper solution. Then I will talk about the new firmware update that is about to be released. Hopefully by that time HATS firmware is working, and I will give another update about the current state of it and what it will cost. Then I will let you know our new feature plans, and hopefully after that we have some time left for questioning and answers. So what is Qubes plus HATS is it protects the boot process, and it's ensuring the system's firmware and boot integrity. It does it with measured boot, which generates cryptographic hashes for each component, and it uses the TPM hardware to securely store and attach these hashes. So this creates a chain of trust, and it is perfect for, well, in fact, all GNU Linux operating systems, but especially with Qubes OS, as it doesn't support UEFI secure boot. I will now first start with the demonstration. Get some USB pen drives. Very nice boot splash, as you can see. So there we go, we boots to the shower tool suite. Can take some time. And normally here you would have an option to flash HATS firmware, but now as it's in alpha state I have to do this manually. So I fill in some commands to start the flash process. So yeah, it's now flashing.
That the USB drive is bending there.
Oh yeah, thank you. We'll be fine though. So while it's flashing, I will talk a bit about right to repair and durability. What is NovaCustom doing about this? We give 3 years of warranty for the laptops that we sell, and we offer at least 5 years of firmware updates and spare parts availability guaranteed for at least 7 years. Something new that we do is that we make pictures of the inside of the laptop, that we also show our potential customers so they can look how easy it is to replace components. And we also started to make repair videos. And we have got some new privacy options. One of these options is to completely remove the camera and microphone module, which I also did with this laptop. We have an option to have a camera slider pre-installed on the laptop. This is also the case for a privacy screen. And we have a new tamper evidence screws and packaging option. So what is the tamper evidence screws and packaging option? It is an option where we apply some kind of a glitter substance on top of the all screws. And this leaves a certain glitter pattern. And as you can see in the next slide, this is the glitter pattern it causes. So here you have two different laptops, but at the same screw position. Right one is a bit nicer, but you can see the glitter pattern is a bit different. So yeah, this is if there has been tampered with this, there won't be a glitter pattern anymore because it has been removed, or the glitter pattern has changed. So that's not everything we do with this option. We also apply anti-tamper tape on all the shipping boxes and inner boxes, which leaves an opened print. And we also apply it on the laptop protection bag, which is in the very inside of the boxes. Optionally, we can send you PGP signed pictures of all the screws via Proton Mail, where if you can compare these the glitter pattern with the laptop that you've received. I believe the demo laptop is ready, has been flashed. So I continue with my demonstration.
So if you can describe what you're doing, because people on the back don't see that, like they don't know. Only the people on YouTube see what's going on, yeah.
What do you mean?
Describe what's going on, like on the
Oh
screen.
yeah, so the heads from a ROM has been flashed now, and I'm now turning off the machine, and after it I turn it on again, and then the laptop has Qubes plus heads instead of Qubes plus EDK2, which is the default. So I'm powering off the laptop now. And we will boot it. There we go. I will insert my USB security device. And heads firmware is booting. So now it says that I need to take over the ownership, which I will confirm. And I believe I have to give some passwords. I don't need to re-encrypt my storage drive because I installed Qubes OS myself. Though I have to fill in some passwords, which I will do now.
So what's essentially going on is like switching between the Sharo Qubes plus UEFI to Qubes plus heads, like by the update process. So without any additional, like seamless switch between those two versions of firmware. So that essentially means that those who got the NovaCustom laptops can upgrade to the heads if they want. You know?
Yes, Exactly, and this will take some time again, so I'll just continue with my presentation. Okay, so the new NovaCustom October 2023 update has some new exciting features, including the possibility to set up a setup password. We have SMM bias write protection now, and early boot DMA protection, which blocks the access to the memory at an early boot stage. We also have network and USB stack control now, and Wi-Fi plus Bluetooth module switch in the firmware settings. Another new feature is Intel ME disabling for the Tiger Lake laptops, for the older laptops that are not produced any longer. We have a camera switch in the firmware settings, and we improved our firmware with earlier CPU throttling, which is well, with some kind of policy, but in fact starting already at 75 degrees instead of at 90 degrees, which is a bit too hot. Then there's a new option called battery charge thresholds and microcharging prevention, which is better for the battery at the long term. And we have official support for hibernation now, as well as suspend to RAM for the Tiger Lake laptops. And there is a new option called boot block when the battery charge is too low, which improves the stability in case the laptop's not connected to the power supply. We have improved docking station compatibility and an easy firmware update mode, if you can update the firmware with just a few keystrokes. And in the documentation page, we now have Dashaura openness score, which where you can check the openness of your firmware in terms of what percentage is of your firmware is open and what percentage contains binary blobs. So yeah, my hat's firmware is ready to go. I believe it's now booting. Okay, 10 minutes, perfect. Yeah. So now we have to generate HOTP, TOTP, reset secret. I mean, we just have to continue with this. We erase the old contents. So this is a demonstration. And it's asking for my password. I will not save this time, just set up my USB security device, so I hit enter, and I hope we can finally boot now. So yeah, it takes some time to set this up properly. It's asking again for a password, an admin password, okay. Success. Sounds good. And to continue. Okay, so now we can proceed to the default boot. The background of this screen is gray, which is in a good state, and my USB security device is blinking a green LED. So that means that the firmware has been verified and we can boot safely. And I will set just Qubes default and boot. Yes. often. Okay. And there we go, we have been booted now. So yeah, currently this is, as you could have seen, in alpha testing state. We will offer this heads firmware on the NV41 series only because this laptop is Qubes OS certified. It offers Intel ME EP disabling, and it has good support for S3 suspend mode. So what will it cost? It will be a subscription of €60 a year plus the VAT, and you can choose between 1, 2, or 3 years of official The Shower support when purchasing the device. Current device owners can also upgrade, just like I've done with this demonstration. The subscription is not automatically continued. Instead, you would have to buy additional support if you want to keep getting updates. Yeah, and as always, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage everyone to be active, and let's solve firmware issues together, because together we can solve things. Okay, then something about the new feature plans. In this year we will finalize the October update. We will proceed with releasing it publicly, and of course the heads firmware stage. I hope we can finalize this as soon as possible. Then for next year, probably around the second quarter, we will get probably new hardware, new laptops with. By that time, I believe we can get 14th generation Intel Meteor Lake laptops with DDR5 and PCIe 5 support. And by that time, we also aim to switch to the Shower for all the models that we offer. Yeah, then two things we have no concrete plans about yet is maybe we can do something with Intel Boot Guard, maybe as part of the Shower Anti subscription. This is all in discussion state at the moment, just like capsule updates. So yeah, that was it. Thank you. I believe it's time for questions and discussions. Yeah.
Imagine being in a company which is not necessarily focused around this entire firmware security stuff. How do I convince like higher management or whoever in charge of purchasing laptops of also purchasing this subscription?
Yeah, that is that's quite a good question, I think. So, I don't think I have an answer for that, because I know there are a lot of people waiting for this firmware version to be released on modern hardware, and that's what I'm focusing on right now. And of course, it's also a question for me to to convince other people about this new firmware project. So yeah, we started with doing it and to realize this, and now we have to make a plan for that to convince other people to get this firmware version.
Maybe we should just admit that this is not for everyone.
Yeah.
Because heads is special in its own way, and I don't know like how testing with Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora would look like. Not saying about Windows.
Yeah. Windows is not supported for
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
They wouldn't believe that our higher management would even understand the advantages unless one would
Maybe
show
with
some,
examples.
like serious,
Yeah.
serious like examples of like positive protection against some attacks and how much money did someone save because of those extra protections.
Yeah,
But that's probably the
probably.
reason that the higher management would understand
Yeah.
the need.
First thing that comes to mind is salespeople who need to travel to conference who basically people who have to travel and have to bring sensitive data with them because the job they're doing simply requires it.
Yeah, and journalists. Okay, any other?
How would you manage a batch of something like 300 laptops? Like I want to buy 300 laptops. How many times do we need to convert them with dash arrow?
So for the heads firmware, it hasn't been finalized yet. So in that case, we will have to wait until it has been finalized, and then we can proceed with shipping orders. For the default EDK2 version, it is already for sale, and in that case, if it's like developed and ready to be shipped, we only need about 3 working days to ship it. For a batch? Okay, yeah, in those cases we might have like stock problems, and yeah, then it's in some cases we could still deliver within a few working days, but if it depends on the amounts, I'd say.
A short question about the boot guard. So this was as a plan for the future, but I heard it's already available on some, so it's only currently it's limited, or
It's not available.
It's not available.
It exists, but you cannot buy it.
Unless you will call me and we will talk about conditions.
I see.
Yeah?
I see.
So this is like a, let's say, very custom offer right now.
Okay.
There is no productization of that for the mass scale. And to be honest, we are not sure how to do that on mass scale. If you have some ideas how to do that on mass scale, I will.
Oh, you can offer an option to fuse boot guard with the keys simply.
The problem is
Only
that
this
the
one.
tools for doing that are behind the NDA.
Yeah, but you can do that, right? You
We can do that, but what with the keys? How we will transfer the keys?
instead.
With the shadow keys.
With the shadow keys.
Do you think this makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we can always fuse with the same key all the time and just provide the second level key to the owner that we sign with the shadow key that we have fused.
Yeah,
So
but also
any user can
it
have like
doesn't
custom key, but it always causes a problem of the mass scale, resigning and stuff like that.
Anything that
You can
anything
connect
that
double layer to the key.
But no matter what, that this will be additional cost.
Yeah.
Like it will not be like in the current subscription, because like this will add overhead for us for maintaining like signed versions for some special group, for some special device.
Yeah, sure. But offer as an option, just fuse with the shadow keys and.
I guess that's a good idea. I didn't know that this even is something that someone will consider, because I thought that why you should. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a bad question, but why you should trust people who do the Basaro signing?
Well,
because the truth is that most people aren't in a position to do better.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Well,
That's very good.
Even if we do like that, we are still better than anyone in the world, because they do not give any proofs of what is fused, what should the key be, and stuff like that.
Okay, so you completely changed my opinion about.
Why do I trust packages from Fedora or Debian or Qubes or anything like that? It's the same situation.
Yeah, the same situation. True.
Last question.
Yeah, there was one question over there.
Yeah, so if I buy like a laptop which has this installed, I have the option to not choose an operating system. If I want to install Qubes later on, do I need to change anything, or is it just a regular install?
you can boot with you can boot to an ISO file, which in parallel has signature file, and it is verifying the ISO file with it, and then it can proceed with the with installing the operating system. So it's still possible to of course install the operating system after the flash of heads firmware. Yeah.
But this is a feature for with heads specifically. Is ISO verification.
Yeah. Yeah.
With the indicator to it.
No, that's correct. That's limited to heads.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to my talk about tailoring your Qubes OS environment using SaltStack. So I'm Piotr Król, I'm founder of 3M Dev. And what we will talk about, we have quite a lot of material to cover. I will start with some disclaimer and then go through talking a little bit about SaltStack itself and Qubes OS, as well as comparison to, I guess, like biggest enemy of SaltStack, backup. And then we'll go through some more information about how you can start with SaltStack and how you can customize various components of Qubes, starting with DOM0 and then talking about template VMs customization, app VMs customization. In the meanwhile, I will try to talk a little bit about the issues I faced preparing this presentation and what kind of developer workflow is associated with the presentation and with the scripts and how I maintain that, and maybe you can suggest improvements. I also write like kind of list of challenges and maybe this could be good intro for the questions. And I also would like to highlight other projects which touch this topic. So let's start. So first of all, I'm not SaltStack person. I have no idea what I'm doing. If you're copying my scripts and you will, be fired from your job or start nuclear shutdown, then that's your fault. Please do not, please like read that, understand that, and then you can use it if you know what you're doing. About SaltStack, so SaltStack is Apache 2.0 licensed Python written management and automation tool. Typically, it utilizes some central management server, which is called Salt Master, and this server communicates with Salt minions to control those targets. So we have some servers and we have some other targets which are minions, and those are controlled by this server. Yeah, but in Qubes the configuration is different. There is no server. There is just minions. And that configuration is also supported by Salt. And to be honest, I guess for me it's even better. But I guess like in corporate environment, they're using server and target systems. It employs a declarative language in YAML, so it's a kind of dedicated language. You can say it uses some special objects to say about states, formulas, pillars, which is in YAML. And in this language, we define desired state of the system, and we're doing that mostly for mass deployments, but also for being consistent about configuration, being compliant with some configuration, and of course maybe to track that configuration and its evolution over time. SaltStack was acquired by VMware 3 years ago. I don't know. This may be good. This may be bad. Maybe doesn't matter. And it was integrated in Qubes OS 3.1. It was around Q1 2016. So yeah, so I wondered like why some people may not use SaltStack, and I just like kind of decided that the biggest kind of maybe not enemy, but at least some alternative to SaltStack. So the configuration as a code is backup, because okay, so I will configure my machine, I like my template, I will just save the backup, and if I need, I will just restore the backup, and that's it. In that way, I don't have to repeat the configuration. So maybe first start with like what we have to consider. We typically consider either completely clean new installation or migration of existing installation to some new hardware. That's like, I guess for me that's typical situations. Yeah, even if someone can do this massively for multiple devices, have new clean installations. Yeah, or maybe restore from backup, and then like I guess Thierry did that with some massive deployment. So he essentially used Wing backup to restore. Yeah. So first of all, I guess like I started to research, okay, what I can do with DOM0. What if I will mess up with DOM0? I will do some SaltStack, and I will mess up with DOM0, how I can recover it. And it happened that I found a lot of information and a lot of discussion, and essentially summary is that it doesn't work. Like, it's not supported. There's only home directory recovery, which is supported, but the problem, of course, you have LVM, and in theory you could use snapshots, but the problem is that you will not have consistent state of the system. Because you have this relation with the other VMs, and that's why it is not supported and not recommended. In case of, so for whole DOM0 we have this first problem. Then in case of app VMs and template VMs and DOM0 home directory, we can recover from backup, but it kind of makes sense only for the VMs which seem to require complex manual provisioning, which is hard to automate. Otherwise, I think it would be better to keep the configuration as a code. Like, this is from my practice. If something is very kind of manual, let's say some security process of some configuring some tool, which is not easy to automate, easy to write in the code, and or needs some user input, then it doesn't make sense. It may be easier to restore from the backup. Yeah, so if we restore any of the components, like if we restore app VMs, we of course would like to have the template VM in sync, because otherwise we can have some different application or some incompatibility between template VM version and what app VM expect to use. Yeah. And of course, like if we compare backups space, like how much space backups take in comparison to how much Salt code will take, it's like there's no comparison, because Salt code takes nothing and backups takes quite a lot of. Then if we want to restore that, then there may be difference in time, but I think the configuration time takes essentially less time than restoring from backup. And then what is most valuable, in my opinion, when you do the SaltStack, is tracking the changes of your configuration and essentially control over this states that you change. So sometimes you're hacking something, okay, you fixed some bug, and then, okay, 2 weeks after, damn, how I fixed that bug? I don't know how I did that. So it would be better if you code that in SaltStack, then you are sure that you can reproduce that. Yeah, and also configuration as a code is more portable between various targets. Of course, if you maintain various operating systems, then you have different ways of doing things. And for example, like in SaltStack, essentially installing package for all the operating system will be the same. That's the benefit of the management and configuration automation tools. Yeah. And of course, like the problem with configuration as a code is like it's very time consuming to make it robust and work. And of course, if there are other factors that can intercept that and make problems, like operating system changes and some incompatibilities that this can cause. So as I said, like I'm not a SaltStack expert, so I don't want to explain to you all this weird terminology of pillars, formulas, grains, and whatever. Mostly because I still don't feel I understand that deeply enough to teach you that. And to be honest, like in my opinion, Salt like complicates things and complicates learning using these weird terms. But anyway, maybe that's the way. And the documentation of the SaltStack is enormous. It's a huge project. It's not easy to navigate. Of course, states are defined quite well, but if you want to find something else, or you want to essentially learn from this, that's not easy. But let's say like very basic basics of the Salt are SLS files, and as you can see, we essentially define a state. There's state ID, and we can make a name like whatever. echo hello world, that could be the state name, and then we have some SaltStack command run. So that means we will run command in some, and then the name defines the command which we want to run, the echo hello world. And if we run this state essentially in some VM or in our system, it will just do the hello world printing. Yeah. Then there are another component of typical SaltStack scripts, which is top file, typically named as exactly the same as the main SLS file, but there could be many SLS files. It depends how you structure stuff. It's also, I would say, structuring SaltStack scripts is kind of science in itself. But top file define which states are should be applied. So you can have SLS file where you have like 20 of the states, and in top file you can define either states from some one state from given SLS file, or all states, or from various SLS files. So essentially top file define what you want to apply. Yeah, and to be honest, like when I look at my scripts that I'm using and at other scripts, so most usage of SaltStack in Qubes OS, it's not related to Qubes OS modules. Maybe in DOM 0 this is not exactly true. In DOM 0 we can do quite a lot with Qubes defined stuff, but then in target VMs we essentially use default stack states which are documented in docs salt project.io. So main tool for dealing with salt in Qubes is kubectl. This is essentially wrapper for salt call ---- local. So yeah, and have some additional stuff. So salt use declarative configuration. I want to say a little bit what does it mean. This means that you essentially specify what you want to achieve as a final goal, and not saying how to get there. And the tool knows how to do that because it detects the environment in which it is run and applies correct procedure to achieve that state. Then tool should be idempotent. So that means that declared state you can apply multiple times, and essentially this node should not change the result beyond the initial application. And that's essentially most of the time works, but there are some corner cases. If you don't know what you're doing, then you can be kind of cheated by this property. Maybe this is more a dream than true reality. The big problem of I guess maybe all the tools, or I don't know if there are tools which contain some different property than Salt. Ansible definitely don't get that. But the reverting of the state, let's say we apply some state, like created a file, then and we decide this is wrong, this was mistake, I want to get back. So you essentially have to write the code for reverting that state. So you cannot say like just revert that state. So that's, in my opinion, like kind of problem. But some states are complicated, and reverting those maybe even impossible. Yeah. Yeah, so how to start? How to start using Salt for your Qubes OS configuration, mass deployments, or whatever. I guess you have to start with your Qubes organization, and there is a great article, How to Organize Your Qubes. Very nice reading, so highly recommended. And then you have some vision, okay, what kind of Qubes I may need, how they can be connected. And then with that knowledge, you can start thinking, okay, what I need in what set of VMs I will need, or what set of templates I will need. So I guess the next step is ask yourself, okay, what kind of customization I need in DOM 0? And there can be multiple. I will have a list of typical customization that I found. It includes, okay, what packages you would like to install in DOM 0, and it will include some change, let's say, in XFCE behavior. Yeah. Then what software I need in app VMs, because that determines what kind of software you would like to install in template VMs. And maybe then start a little bit of the magic, because you have to kind of think, if there are groups of software which will be used with multiple VMs, because then you kind of assign templates, because you don't want to have installation of everything in one template and based on that template connected to every VM, because then you have your template is bloated. Like let's say consists Thunderbird, Element, Wire, all Slack, whatever, and you connect that to every VM as a template. This doesn't make sense. This just like makes in these app VMs those applications available and essentially increase the trusted computing base. Of course, then you have to plan networking, how those VMs will be connected. Do you want VPN, or what kind of networking VMs those app VMs should use? Then you code, test, repeat. Yeah, classic stuff. And there is also some basic documentation, which probably would be great if someone would improve. But I also found that there are great posts on the forum, which are very well written and recommended. So this is my kind of demo configuration. Like we have some communication VM, which is based on Debian 12 communication template, which is based on the Debian 12 XFCE in 4.2 RC3. Then we have email, exactly like dedicated template for the email. Then we have work, which is default VM created after installation, which is based on default Debian template. And then we have some development VM, and that development VM is connected through company VPN, and then the others are connected through sys firewall. But okay, this is not the most important thing. This is just to have like some something in mind, some structure in mind. So let's go with the DOM 0. What kind of customization you may want in DOM 0? So first of all, apply some formulas. So there are some predefined formulas. I will talk about that. Then you may want to install templates. So for example, Debian 12 minimal is not default installed, so you may want to install that. Then you may want to change Qubes defaults. For example, you may change a default template based on which all the app VMs are created. You may want to customize something like, I don't know, like what kernel is used, for example, yeah. Then you install packages. So for example, Qubes Video Companion, which is very handy and important for the users. Then you can set up policy like split GPG policy, SSH agent policy. Then configure XFCE if someone needs that. So there, like for example, I'm using left hand, so I'm switching the buttons on the map on the mouse. Yeah. Then you create VMs. Then you may enable the services for those VMs, and then you're going to update everything. Like you actually should update before you starting everything and after you're finishing, because you install new packages which may introduce some dependencies, and you of course would like to have the most recent version of everything when you finish the process. So formulas are files consisting set of states which lead to some configuration, and there are some predefined formulas shipped with Qubes OS. So for example, you may want to let's say create Vault VM, create update DOM 0, update VMs. So those are formulas like ready to use for that. You may want to configure that DOM 0 has access to keyboard, yeah, and those are like predefined policies and predefined stuff that you can run. All formulas are in SRV formulas base and are GPL v2 licensed. So then you may want to like install templates. I didn't found the dedicated state in, I don't know, maybe it exists, or I don't know how to use it. But I just run cmd run and just qvm template install Debian 12 minimal. So I don't know if there is dedicated one.
There is one.
I found in documentation that there was like qvm, let's say Debian template Debian 12 or Debian 11 or some old one. that was back in the days that worked, but I don't know how to do that with Debian 12 minimal, because there was dedicated keyword like qvm.template dash something, yeah, some distribution. But anyway, I resolved that with the cmd run. Of course, this is if there will be dedicated keyword for that, then we should use that. Then I changed default template to Debian 12 minimal. So that's one of the options that I did. Then then you have a bunch of others. You can set default kernel, default NetVM. So I have to speed up a little bit. Then I install packages. That's like kernel latest, Qubes Video Companion are the most typical. The syntax here is you have this pkg installed, but you can have different. You can say removed, so it makes sure that the package is removed. Managed means that this is some package from custom URL, and latest means not only installing but making sure that the most recent version is in the system. The important part is from repo, especially if your package not coming from the for example from testing, then you have to enable that repo. Policy, you may want to configure various policies. So essentially this is information how given VMs can talk with each other. So you typically define how given VMs can access Vault. So in this case I defined that for SSH agent, work VM can access Vault, and it always should ask for that, but development VM when accessing SSH, just notify me and do not ask me every time. Yeah, so configuring XFCE as a code is pain, because finding correct property which is related to the something in UI is complex, but there is a tool for that. There is xconf query, and I found, for example, switching of the to left-handed enabled. Of course, this is a command which is like, you have to know how to decode that, how to query those options and find those options. I guess like probably not everything is exposed. Some options are cryptic. Like if you're looking, like you have no idea what this option means, because that's essentially the way XFCE developers decide to do. Then you create VMs. So you define what kind of VMs you want to have. By default, you got personal work vault and untrusted. So I added dev. So the keyword is Qubes OS specific, and you're doing like qvm.present, give the name of the VM, give the label, define the class, in this case appvm, and then define the template base on which it should be created, and that part creates the VM, and the next state set the auto start of this VM, and the next one change the size of the private volume to 32 gigs. So there is also some like kind of weird behavior when you set to 32 gigs and you run this state again, then you have error. Because it assumes that 32 gigs is translated to this one, and in reality this is this one. And by the way, this is not power of 2 for some reason, I don't know. This is not power of 2. So this is like weird number, and it's like throw an error when you're trying to apply this state again. So that's about the idempotency of the salt.
Because you have gigabytes, not gigabytes.
Yeah, you should use gigabytes.
But if I will it understand that?
Yeah, it's because it is
yes?
multiplied by.
But on the other side, this is not power of 2, so I wonder if this gigabytes will work. But I can check.
I think it's rounding up to some
4 megabytes or something. No.
Yeah.
Some other. Yeah.
Anyway, let's go. So then you can enable services, and so like typical services that you enable are like it can be split GPG. For example, I install split GPG from code, and I kind of configure everything to make it work. but then there is also, if you have a VPN VM, you would like to provide a network manager service for that VM. So what's the standard operation procedure for working with that? So the problem is kind of chicken and egg. You have cleanly installed Qubes, and what you're doing, like how you even deploy those scripts, like how you deliver those scripts. So you typically not make these scripts public because like there may be some your custom stuff you don't want to expose your configuration. So you cannot get like wget these scripts. Then cloning from private repo is also not exactly possible because you will have to create a VM and install some stuff in that. So that already defeats the purpose of automation. And the easiest way I figure out is just put everything on the USB storage, connect that storage, and just like connect that to let's say untrusted VM, copy that scripts to DOM0 and execute. So how I doing that? Before I kick any salt scripts, I doing the updates by using kubectl. Then because I can script that easily, then yeah, and then you can observe any logs, any output of the configuration and changes in the template VMs or in the app VMs in this log. Varlog cubes management dash VM name, and the structure of the directory with scripts looks like that. So you have some main directory, and you keep your SLS files and top files. That's at least my my approach to keeping the. You can see that the top files and SLS files got mostly the same names. That's because of the next slides. I will tell you why is that. But that's the general organization. Sorry. Where I was here, and that's my script which I running. So what's exactly happening here? I'm just so there is init ash here, yeah, and I'm just init ash, and as a parameter I provide the VM name. So for example DOM0 or Debian 12 minimal, and what it does, it essentially links all the SLS and top files into the SRV salt directory, which Marek said should not work, and it works. And by the way, last time when I reported that was my fault because I had broken symlinks, but the error logs from the SaltStack are so unreadable that it's very hard to understand what's going on. And essentially, I copy all the potential files that I depend on. Like I create directory for files, I link those files, and then I run kubectl top enable and the VM name or DOM0. Yeah. Then I apply all states by the kubectl -- target, the VM name state.high, high state, and then I disable that top. If you want to debug stuff, you just add -l debug. It's very verbose log, which is hard to read, and like if something is even broken, it's very hard to understand like what it really is, because you have to understand salt internals. And then I unlink everything and remove the files. So clean up everything, and this essentially work most of the time. There is init all ash script. If I will provide correct set of VMs in correct order, that's very important. Then I can just run init ash for every VM, and at the end update all the templates, as I said, to have the most recent version of the software. So what kind of bugs I faced? One of the bugs was no top file or master tops, blah blah blah. Please see master log. There is no master log. I go to master log and it is empty. So no idea. And initially I thought that like I found that there is missing symlink in the 4.1. There was this symlink, and in 4.2 it was not. Marek suggesting I deleted that. Maybe that's true. I have to check that. I have to double check that. But this is what I saw. Yeah. And yeah, this is what I say already. It's hard to debug. Other issues that I face, yeah, is that like it relies on the symlinks. And so, for example, I had symlinks in the files directory, which when I symlinked, when I moved out of the tree, were broken, and that's why I have a lot of errors. But that was my fault essentially, but hard to debug. Template VM customization. Yeah, I wondered how to minimize the footprint of the template modification. So initially I thought I should like do everything customized that I want in Debian 12 minimal, install all the common groups of the packages, then clone that VM into the target templates like Debian 12 dev, and then install the software in that one. But I'm not sure if this is a good approach. Of course, I can, if I have multiple templates, I can have a salt script that I include. So this is the way to do that. Include template common. And in this case, I want to set in all templates, I want zsh as a default shell. Yeah, and that's other way, but it's essentially redundancy of the configuration. Yeah, custom app repo configuration. This is like package repo managed. Maybe they can look at slides later how this is used. Then split GPG installation that I'm using right now is essentially like cloning repo. I have already packages installed because this is in dev. So I have packages to build already installed. Then I'm building, and I expect those dev files will be created. Then I install those, and then maybe I do even some cleanup stuff after that. Then what you may want to do in app VMs is definitely auto start of some of your applications. So for example, you may auto start DOM terminal if you use it. You may predefine Python virtual environment if you use Python VMs regularly. Maybe there are some packages which you already want there to be installed, so you can use it without additional effort. This is example of VPN configuration that I use. So essentially, I have some OpenVPN config tar in my salt directory. Then I just like do network manager import and plus modify some options here for IPv4, IPv6. This is essentially this is for connect using VPN only for the devices in this network. So these two options, and that's it, and that works. So the typical developer workflow is that you're doing that in DOM 0. If you face issue, you just modify the script, and then of course you have to send all these changes to the VM, which is capable of doing the signing of the commit and pushing to your repo. So that's typical workflow. That's kind of, you know, if you forget to do that, you have changes, and you may not sync it on other device. Yeah, so what are the challenges? Definitely laziness is a challenge because if you, I will just install that package. That's fine. I will just modify this template VM. And then of course we forget about it and then cannot recreate this when we do next time or on different machine, and that's kind of confusing. Yeah. This is what I said, changes are persistent. Yeah, this is also what I said. Yeah, so this is also this template thing. We could improve the way templates are related to each other. I guess for disposable VMs, there is some mechanism for that. The improvement of organization of SLS and top files, this is another thing that could be changed. And what's kind of like is annoying is, okay, I have my scripts. I'm doing scripts, salt scripts since 2018, and of course, like not every update, but in some updates, I get some change in, let's say, QVM preferences, or some template names recently were changed. So also I have to like, okay, I didn't know about this change. So I waste, like maybe not wasting, but have to improve the scripts. So essentially, there are some scripts which would be dedicated to given version. Order of applying states does matter. Yeah. yeah, it would be great if we could not break the scripts. Yeah, and other projects, there is this great forum, CubeSalt Beginner's Guide. It's very good reading, very good introduction to Salt for cubes. Unmanned projects are also very cool. So there is this, like yesterday during the design session, we talked about this shop for the formulas. And tasks is essentially this, but the problem is that this is signed with unmanned key. I don't know unmanned, so maybe I can trust Marek, but I don't know unmanned. It's like I don't know that person. I don't know if I can trust this software. Yeah, so I will not install that in DOM0 with some arbitrary signature. Yeah. Shaker is also something very interesting. Like Shaker, essentially, tasks use Shaker because Shaker is a repo with most used Salt scripts, Salt formulas, and yeah, this is interesting source of knowledge. And everything in that repo is GPL v3 licensed. And I guess that's it from me. Thank you very much, and sorry for making it too late. I guess we don't have time for the question. One question.
Have you played with Ansible and compared which one is easier, better, or?
Ansible is easier to learn, but on the other side, I decided that when you choose Salt, so I decide Marek knows what he's doing, and I will, despite I saw the activity on Ansible, but it was in community kind of like separate effort, yeah. So I decide I will not like make things complex for myself, and I will use whatever you're using. Because I guess that's supported, yeah. And
there is some community support for Ansible, which do it more or less the same, so we can choose which language is more convenient.
But still, like Qubes OS team support is better for me than community support, yeah. So, but Ansible is easier to learn, definitely easier to learn. Okay. Thank you very much.
everybody on my talk on Qubes Summit 2023. I'm Piotr Bartman-Schwarz. I'm working for ITL, and sometimes I'm working on stuff like the Qubes OS. So today I will be talking about one of stuff I did. It's a new UTF proxy. Okay, let's start with some outline of my presentation. First, I will remind everybody what is the UTF and why we should use it. Then I will talk a little about the previous version of UTF proxy called UTF proxy 1.0. Then I will talk about the differences between the CTAPE 1 and CTAPE 2 and why we need the UTF proxy 2.0. In the last slides, I will show what is the consequences for the users, what's changed. If you want to use your keys, tokens, physical tokens with cubes, and of course some summary. Okay, so starting from the beginning, what is UTF? Just to remind, is the universal second factor. This is the protocol which was developed by the Alliance of Fast Identity Online. It's alliance made by big tech like Google, Microsoft, Ubico, etc. And in fact, this is the extended challenge response protocol. The key milestones for the UTF, it starts in 2013 as an introduction. 1 year after that, major web browsers started to support UTF. And 2 years later, we have setting the UTF as a standard for the authorization, which is way more secure than just password. And in 2017, the same year, not me, but Voyu committed the first version of UTF proxy, which works only with this first protocol. I think most of us don't have to be convinced that this UTF is a good thing, but just to show why it's and remind why it's really important. The UTF keys has the extended protection with these physical keys. It looks, for example, like that. We have the absolute protection from phishing. Man-in-the-middle attack. It's very hard to clone this device, and what I know, there is no success with cloning of these keys without destroying the original one. We have the device attestation, of course, and more or less, UTF keys are tied to the specific domains, and even I can use one physical key to one domain several times, and this domain have no way to know that this is the same key. With these keys, we have the strong authentication, which is way more secure than just password, which can be easily phished. And we have the physical device, which is hard to duplicate. And for people, especially non-technical people, it's much easier to keep track of one device and always see it or keep it with your keys than like something like the password. And I think it's also really important that this keys is user-friendly. It's really easy to use. You just plug in and touch it, and that's all you have to do. Okay, and it's oversimplified authentication in the UTF first version of the protocol. First, the relying party. Relying party is, for example, some website or bank or other website. Send you the challenge and some key handle. This key handle is the information we need to check that this website already knows something about this key, that this key was previously registered with this, to this website. Of course, there is some more data, but I skip it to keep it simple. With this key handle and challenge, the browser check the application ID. Application ID, I mean the ID of the website. So it's it's checked who really sent this challenge. Then this application ID is attached to the request to the device. So we send the key handle challenge and the origin of the challenge to the device, and based on this information, the device will choose which private key should be used to resolve this challenge, and the response is going back to the relying party, and we are logged in. And this is the anti-phishing protection. Based on that the browser will check from which side comes the challenge. So, for example, if I want to log in to the bank.com, but in fact I go to the site which is like bank.com, which is M instead of N, human can easily miss this difference, but we believe that computers is very aware of misspelling, and everybody knows that. So we can always check that the origin is the true origin of the website. So phishing is impossible, in fact. But this is also one of the problems, because the UTF model assumes that the browser is trustworthy. And in short, we don't, or at least we don't have to believe that. Because if we have the compromised browser, this phishing could be done. So let's have a short story how we can do this. You have registered your token to some sites like, for example, I don't know if these sites really exist, kitty.com and bank.com and several more. Then you want to see some funny kitties. So you go to the kitty.com and try to log in with your token. Your compromised browser, or not even browser, or some add-ons, or even some background application, because everything which have access to your USB can request challenge from the bank.com. Then you plug in the token and see it winks, but it's not winks because your original browser wants to go to the kitty.com, but it winks because this compromised browser wants to solve the challenge from the bank.com. So you touch the token and you authorize logging to the bank.com. And then, for example, it could be the different way, the last point. For example, your browser can crash or something, so you do not even see the second winking of the device. You do not suspect anything because sometimes things crashes, especially browsers, etc. So you try it again, restart the browser, everything works. You try to log into the kitty.com again, touch the key, and you are happy. Everything works this time. But you are not only happy, but also you are broke because your bank was already authorized. So this is the problem, and this is one of the solution. Let's have instead of one, have two tokens. One only for the bank and one only for the kitty.com. But it's even better solution. We can have two tokens and Qubes OS, because you can have your bank VM and your kitty.com VM, and when you plug your bank plugin, you can attach it only to the bank VM, and this kitty plugin on token only to the kitty.com. So everything's worked and everything is separated. So, but even best solution, let's have the end tokens. If you want to have the yeah, if you want to have the end accounts, you can have end tokens if the separative VM and everything works. And this is the solution, of course. Maybe if I stop the presentation right now, I have some special money from somebody, but let's say we can further. Our solution, let's have Qubes OS with the UTF proxy. UTF proxy, we have the sys-USB with the tokens. We can put 2 tokens or more, but in fact, the preferable way is to put only 1 token at once, because how it already works, it's tried to get the credential from all tokens, so it's probably the first which will be touched will work. So to avoid the confusion, 1 token at once to your sys-USB. And you have, for example, your bank VM or work VM and personal VM with 2 different browsers, which can be, of course, untrusted. But when you use the QRXX policies, you can select which keys from your token can be accessible from this browser. So if you have your bank VM and you want to log only to the bank, you can, by setting the policy, say only the bank token, only the bank key can be seen from the token. And this is the, let's say, old solution. And the motivation for doing something more for UTF proxy 2.0 is as follow. Of course, the technology is not static. It's very dynamic and everything changed. And 1 year, exactly 1 year after setting the UTF as standard, the FIDO changed the name to the FIDO 2 and proposed new standard, because why not? And this new standard is called CTAPE2, what means Client to Authenticator Protocol 2. And this is the core component of the standard. Next year, major browsers, including Chromium or Mozilla, implements the CTAP2. And 2 years later, the FIDO Alliance and W3C finalized the WebAuthn specification and set it as new standard. This Mozilla was, I'm not sure it's visible, but it's italic because it was implemented, but there was a bug in Firefox 5 years ago. And the CTAP2 doesn't work. But 4 days ago, I've seen, and probably today, 6 days ago, there is a final version which at least some subset of CTAP2 works. And for now, maybe the stable version still doesn't have it, but the Firefox nightly has. So we can use the CTAPE2 key with the Firefox nightly. But not everything works there. But I will tell more later. Okay, what is the difference between these two, UTF and CTAPE2? First of all, when you create the new version of some technology, for example, UTF, what you do, you put the number 2, and of course you change the name. So you change the name UTF to CTAPE1, and then, of course, you have CTAPE2. And this is what happens here. So for now, UTF is CTAPE1, and CTAPE2 is CTAPE2, also known as the FIDO 2 or WebAuthn, for simplicity. And, of course, the CTAPE1 based on the extended but still simple challenge response mechanism. So basically the relying party wants the authentication, so the browser will shoot every second to the device for authentication, and until you click, you have the response, and the response goes to the relying party, and that's end of story. CTAPE2 is way more complex. It's a multi-factor authentication with, for example, a PIN or biometrics, which is, I think, is really important because it's. I have even the conversation last week with some non-technical person and asking me, but okay, what happens if you put it on the table, go to the kitchen, and I can log in everywhere? It's very easy. So with client PIN, for example, it's not such easy because you do not have to only own something, but you also have to know something about this device. You have you also have in the CTAPE2 the various authentication protocols, not only chain response. In fact, we have multi-stage communication between the client and the authenticator, not only request and response, and that's all. And as we know before, we have different names. The WebAuthn or CTAPE2 authenticators tokens can implement CTAPE1, but don't have to. This is also oversimplified situation, but I only want to show that the beginning is exactly the same, but then we have the first, always we have the get info request, then the device responds with the info about the device. Then we have prompt the user from the PIN, send this PIN to the device have to confirm, and then we can get assertions or multiple assertions, and with these assertions we can go to the relying party. It's more complicated, but still, if we check the app ID in the browser, so we still need the proxy. It's exactly the same as in the previous version, but implementing it was quite harder because you have much more communication to sanitize. The main difference from the perspective of users between the CTAPE1 and CTAPE2 is that you have the PIN. So when you go to, and try to register or log in, you are asked for the PIN. This doesn't work for, at least for me, when I test 2 days ago on the Firefox nightly still for some reason. So I can register CTAPE2 with CTAPE2 protocol and authenticate, but without the PIN. The architecture is pretty the same, and we are happy about that. That we do something which is different under the hood, but from this perspective is still the same. Because the small changes in architecture and on the rule how it works means that it's much easier for users to use. So we get rid of the utf-libhost package. This is the Python package which we used for the our UTF proxy implementation, and for now we use 5.2 package, which handle both CTAP1 and CTAP2 protocols. What is the difference in here? Here we have not only APDU communication, but CBEOR communication, which is more complex. It's not, for example, constant length communicates like here. And we have the 2 more policies, which is get info and client PIN. And what is, I think, the most important for the users, that the UTF proxy 2.0 is has the backward compatibility. It means if you has your old key and you already register this key to some relying parties and you set some policies for that this key has can be accessed only from the specific VMs, everything still work. Even if you have the system update and then the UTF proxy update, it still should work without any changes. So it's pretty good. The difference, UTF register, of course, because of this compatibility, the name is as before, handles both CTAPE1 register and CTAPE2 make credentials requests. Authenticate handles both authenticate and get assertions. The third one is used when we, because we have some automatization. If I register in one VM my token to some relaying party, in automatic way we can add the policy that I can use this this key only with this VM. Of course, I can change it manually later, etc. And we have two more policies like the client pin and get info. The client pin, of course, is the policy which handles the pin, and if we have allowed this client pin, nothing happens. Everything works as in the we expected. But if we disable in the UTF proxy this this policy, we have some trick that when the authenticator returns the info about itself, we modify this info. If the policy is disabled, we remove from this information that this device supports the pin. So by this, the browsers in the VM see that this device do not see the pin and will not ask about the pin. So it's pretty nice. With get info, it's more complicated. So to sum up, we have both relying party, it is a website or tokens. Physical tokens can support only CTAPE1, only CTAPE2, or both of these protocols. And moreover, we can allow or deny the get info policy. This greenish field is when we use the CTAPE2, in fact, as a protocol. So it means you have to have the key which supports CTAPE2, and you have to go on the website which also support CTAPE2, and you have the get info allowed. So it makes sense. If you want to use the CTAPE2, you have to, everything should support CTAPE2. But if you change the get info policy to denied, in fact, it's turn off completely the CTAPE2 protocol, and you can use only CTAPE1. So only in parts when both relying party and the token support CTAPE1, it's when you can authorize something. Okay, the known limitations. The issues is like this UTF proxy as shipped is doesn't work with Debian 11 on or older because the dependency of our package requires other dependency which is not allowed in this Debian 11. But of course, if somebody wants to do this manually, can install it, because I write it, this proxy in VM based on Debian 11. So it's, of course, it's work there, but it's not shipped as ready to use. The second, biometrics. This is something which I think we could support, and it shouldn't be the a lot of work because it's only another policy probably, but we have to test it, and I don't have any token which I can test, so this is probably the problem. And maybe the better testing is also some ideas we can of these physical devices. Okay, and I think, do you have any questions?
Great. So when you imagine worst case scenario, you lose your computer, but you still have your token, and you remember your password. Can you use the token or the hardware key to log into the website?
Can you recover from
Yeah.
this situation?
Yeah, exactly.
All the, if you lose the computer,
Yeah, so you still have the key and you have the password?
all the passwords and keys is in the token.
Okay. I asked this because I had the situation where I was having lots of challenges recovering from the original U2F.
Okay, okay. Maybe the problem is how to recover the policies, which
That's
key
my
is
second
which.
part.
Okay. I also has this question. I thinking yesterday in the evening how to handle the CTAP2 token in device menu, because in fact we have when we have the prepared the policies that this token is only for banking, this for 10, etc. And then I plug the token and go to the device menu, and I can attach this token directly to some VM, is bypassing the proxy. So this is the first one. The second thing with CTAP2 support the that the credential can be discoverable. So in fact we can have in device menu not only the token but the credentials, and we can attach specific credential to the VM, and I think it could be doable, and it could be very useful, because if I register my account on my token on the other computer and I want to use it in secure way, I do not want to retrieve the key handle, because it's doable, but you have to, I know how to do this, but probably most people do not know how to retrieve this hash of key handle which is needed in the policy.
Can you write a tool for that, please?
I know a simple but not nice way. You try to log in and then get to the log what call was denied, and you can copy from there.
Yeah, this is the way.
Yeah.
Take a screenshot, do OCR on the screenshot.
Could be. This is the problem.
Send it to your mobile phone.
Yeah, but the problem with the another ways is that you need the key handle to generate the request, because this is what I show on this slides. So if I don't know where you register your token, I do not know the key handles, especially in the old one. There is no way to know how many keys you have here and how to retrieve it. But with CTAP2, I can ask the device to list the all.
Does the device actually answer to that?
Don't have to.
I mean, this specific, this is YubiKey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is.
Answer to that, the question? Because I know how they do it, and at least with UTF, they don't store these private keys at all. The private key, encrypted private key, is encoded in key handle, and device stores only one.
Yeah, but we doesn't need the private key. We want to have the credential IDs, and this should be.
Yeah, but the point is, some tokens do not store the list of keys.
Last question, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I get? So related to what? Excuse me. Related to what Deeplo was saying, would it be possible to get a prompt that included the domain of the app ID that was trying to be accessed? And the reason which by the way is guaranteed to be ASCII only, and the reason I ask that is because if you have a web application that you use in a disposable VM, in a disposable VM, then right now you've got a bit of a problem. The proxy basically doesn't work very well. The solution I finally came up with was to manually edit the policy to use a tag and then manually assign the tag as needed, but that's a terrible UX. So
you can also use named disposable VMs, but yes, it's not convenient.
I think it also could be the idea.
And also,
for sure we have to do something, because for now, especially, this key should be portable, not only working with one computer, because this is not the idea of the key.
so there's a problem with that.
Yeah, you have to figure out.
A lot of devices generally have a very limited number of resident keys. The way that Android and Chromebooks and such do that is they use a trick, which is that the device, the OS, actually does all the storage, and the secure element just deals with encrypted, and the secure element doesn't actually have to store it. So the problem is that it's very easy. If you allow creating resident keys, then a website can easily register a whole bunch of keys and make your device stop and prevent any new keys from being registered on the device, unless we have a way for them to be stored in the computer and not in the token, because that's the only way to be able to store an unlimited number of keys.
But I don't think this is the case that we want to store the unlimited number of keys. I also want to, register this key with Qubes OS and then use it outside, for example, sometimes.
So
like the last resort.
This you can do, but the problem is if you want to use in another Qubes OS with the proxy, right?
Yeah.
We are out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
everybody. So this was an impromptu session. I'm Francisco, also known as Diplo. I'm working at the Freedom of the Press Foundation, working on a project called Danger Zone, which essentially implements the open in disposal, or actually convert to trusted PDF, but the non-Qubes version. So to allow for, specifically journalists to be able to like open or convert documents safely or more safely in Windows or Mac OS or Linux. And now we're trying to like bring it back into Qubes OS because it has kind of like gone a little bit beyond what the convert to trusted PDF does. So it also does, for example, it converts any kind of Office file that LibreOffice can open. And now we are kind of like wanting to integrate this into the Secure Drop workstation to be able to allow journalists to kind of like export these files. And we're at the crossroads. And so I decided to organize this impromptu design session over how to actually create a multi-VM application within Qubes OS, which is not necessarily trusted by the user. So for example, with Secure Drop, which as far as I understand is the biggest project of doing multi-VM applications within Qubes OS, there DOM0 is more or less trusted because you have one computer which is basically dedicated to just doing Secure Drop stuff. But if someone also wants to install Danger Zone and it doesn't come shipped by default with Qubes OS, how do you go about actually installing it? And I think I will try to make this as generic as possible. And so the main problem is that if you deploy a single multi-VM application, firstly, how do you deploy it, right? What is the, I guess you call it the install story?
Can you use different colors?
Yeah. I only have red. So, firstly, how do you install the application itself? And so this is something that we need to figure out because ideally you don't want to ask people to like just, hey, create this new VM, set this up, and everything like that. Okay, thank you very much. And so that's something that we need to figure out. But then I think most importantly is how do you go about updating this, because you never know what kind of VM configuration you'll need in the future. So for example, right now it's pretty simple. We're just asking the user to create a disposable, to create a, I think we're still using the default Fedora template. So we're just asking the user to create a disposable, a disposable template, which will then be used to like do the document conversion itself. But what if that changes? What if we have some sort of like desire to have our own template? And what if we need to do something else, right? We're kind of like locking ourselves into a very specific configuration for the future if we just tell the user to install in this specific manner. And so I think there are a couple of ways of going about this. And that's kind of like what I wanted to collect feedback from. Because we could have, for example, in the installation procedure, we could have something shipped in a Qubes contrib repository, which is reviewed by the Qubes team. But then it's not scalable, and it always needs to wait, and it's something else that the Qubes team needs to do. Then you can also have a situation where like you create an admin VM, which is able to manage its own cubes. And this would be the ideal situation. But how does the admin cube start in the first place? So I guess we can kind of like put here the idea 0, I guess, which is just have some sort of like DOM0 package that's either blessed by the Qubes team or that it's installed by the user when they want to install this. And I think we can discard the idea of like just installing something in DOM0 just for one project, because imagine you may want to have, 'Danger Zone' on your system, but what if there is, I don't know, 'Untitled Chapter' or something like that? How do you go about installing 'Danger Zone' on your system? And I think we can discard the idea of like just installing something in DOM0 just for one project, because imagine you may want to have 'Danger Zone' on your system, but what if there is, I don't know, 'Untitled Chapter' or something like that? How do you go about installing 'Danger Zone' on your system? And I think we can discard the idea of like just installing something in DOM0 just for one project, because imagine you may want to have 'Danger Zone' on your system, but what if there is, I don't know, 'Untitled Chapter' or something like that? How do you go about installing 'Danger Zone' on your system? And I think we can discard the idea of like just installing something in DOM0 just for one project, because imagine you may want to have 'Danger Zone' on your system, but what if there is, I don't know, 'Untitled Chapter' or something like that? How do you go about installing 'Danger Zone' project 2, I don't know, some other project that uses multi-VM applications, then you already kind of like if you don't, you need to trust all of these developers to actually install it, so it doesn't really scale. And how do we solve that? So I would say solution 1 is dump 0, and solution 2 is just creating an admin VM or like a management VM to do all of this. But this also has problems because how does the management VM start in the first place? Right? When does it know that there is an update? And so to tackle first the install, thank you very much for the pens. So to tackle first the install problem, I wanted to welcome feedback. Are these the only 2 options that you can think of, or are there more ways of going about this? Yeah.
So this is something just we have discussed before.
Yeah.
Some of this. So I would like to summarize some previous ideas.
Yeah.
Regarding this management VM, it's basically having one VM that is allowed to create other VMs.
Yeah, exactly.
And then do basically anything with them.
Yeah.
And in fact, this is something already possible with the current API.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bit of policy to be written. We have something similar to use with when you restore a backup from using a disposable VM. So this policy is written. We need to copy it and adapt. I think we can have an option in settings like this VM can install Qubes application or something like that.
Okay.
From the user point of view, so it will add a single rule that will actually allow creating new VMs. But this is only part of the problem. So this is the first step.
The question is, how does this VM appear in the first place? So you're suggesting kind of like through backups, you import them?
No,
or?
I mean when user wants to install Danger Zone, they go to standard create cube dialog, and in the process they
say that this
checkbox, this cube can install more some multi-VM applications.
Yeah, but that means multiple steps, because now you create a danger zone and then you need to install some stuff in that danger zone queue, and it gets to be hard.
And it's worse than that, actually, because a while back I reported an issue in what appeared to be a vulnerability in one of the admin APIs to the Qubes security team, and Marek told me Mark's response was this particular admin API, I think it was like create pool or something like that.
Yeah, but that one I think wouldn't be part of it.
We need to have a policy designed for creating. For example, such management VM should not be able to change the default template or set VM to anything.
Yeah, and I think that and doesn't that part already exist? I think to be able to create another VM and it has the tag like created by certain
most of that exists. There are still some things that need to be limited. For example, you can currently you can change set a policy for per property, but you can either list what properties should be set or because for example, right now. Well, depends on the policy, but you could attach some PCI devices, which should not be allowed for this case, I think. Or USB devices or anything.
Exactly.
So, we need to limit that. We need to think what the policy should be.
Yeah, but this, all those things mean that installing this involves installing a lot of policy.
No. This means this stuff, designing policy means we need to prepare the policy for what multi-VM application should be allowed
like
to
a
do.
general, this
general
is a
policy.
multi-app.
Okay, and then there are questions of like, if we have these policies, sorry, I'll get back to you in a second. So if we have something where like this management VM can manage these policies, over which other cubes can those policies affect? that is the part that we need to like
created
scope.
That seems like a use case for created by, but on the other hand,
it's not enough.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not
I
enough.
think this is kind of like a potential can of worms that needs to be well understood in terms of like, hey, what kind of, how do you scope down exactly what are the policies that are affected?
Yeah, because if you install Danger Zone, you'd like to set a policy that other VMs can use that.
Exactly. Yeah. So some sort of like permission system, and like how do you then hook other other VMs to be? So it's like a can of worms.
Yeah.
And
I think it's.
But it's a lot of.
There is another can of worms because we want to stop users from hurting themselves and messing with the created VMs.
And it's worse than that because what if you want to install two different applications and they both use a VM that has the same name?
Yeah, that's another.
But I think that's an edge case where this is like a relatively.
It's not really an edge case because you might want to be using because you might
Default
because
templates?
that also includes the as a special case the case where you want to install a development version of some application for testing without breaking the.
Yeah,
but that's developers know how to get out of that situation, and I think the ecosystem isn't big enough where like two projects can't agree on a name.
We can.
But, yeah.
At this stage, people using stuff for development can handle themselves.
Yeah,
exactly.
But also we can enforce some specific name prefix for these VMs.
Yeah.
But also we need to ensure, for example, which VMs should be visible and which should be hidden,
exactly.
like some internal VMs. So there are a bunch of solutions for that.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, naming is not a big issue.
Yeah.
I think
let's just go first to the other one. Sorry.
I was sort of wondering. I think I've tried this to sort of make this once, and I got to that. You with this when you let this VM make another VM, then you have to supply a name, but you have to supply this to DOM0, which means you can input some stuff to DOM0 or something. So I was thinking, is this also like vulnerability-wise?
I think that's generally mitigated because that like most policies or a lot of policies you can specify parameters and these directly go to DOM0, but I think there is some like
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can tell you how we do with template updates because you don't start templates often.
Yeah, exactly. But
but you start VMs based on that template. And
I know.
Report when the updates are available.
Exactly.
And it is set for the templates.
Exactly.
We can do something similar here.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like what I was thinking. So it's the what you were describing, and for the people who don't know this, so you've got an app VM, and so this is an app VM, and then when that app VM is online, it opportunistically checks if there are updates, and because it's based on a template, then it means that the template also has updates. So it checks like, okay, this one has potentially updates, so the next time it goes through the update cycle, it actually does that. And this works fine for app VMs and templates, except when app VMs are not connected to the internet, which of course is a problem. But now at least with the new updater, we'll have like, hey, you haven't updated this in a while. So at least there is that mitigation. But here, you have a constellation of app VMs, and all of them, imagine all of them could be based on a template. But the issue is that what if the template, like what if one of these needs to kind of become part of another template? Because the architecture of the multi-VM application changed. How do you go about that? Yeah,
well,
Simon?
I think in that case you don't report that the template needs updating, but that you should start your management VM.
Yeah.
And that this management VM then has to take care of updating the whole.
Okay, so
yeah, so basically you introduce another type of update. So you report not the templates has update, but the application has update.
That's what I wanted to get to. So my proposal here, and of course it's just an idea, is to actually have on the update application, is just to have in the updater a second section that only shows like rarely, but when there is like a multi-VM application. So whenever a management VM like is marked as potentially having
I wouldn't put it in separate sections.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
put it like
together.
from
Like
the
Yeah.
perspective of a user, I would think of it as just update the management VM,
Yeah.
and some stuff will happen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I mean, this is all UX details, but at the same time, this is something that is probably going to take longer, and that.
Not necessarily, and we have ways to report progress now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, these are details. But yeah, I think that would be like the most plausible solution. But then what happens if the user interrupts it in the middle? You can't really roll it back. So there is another potential can of worms here.
Worried not just interrupting because we also have a way to report if the update completed.
Mhm.
Basically, it's basically reporting no more updates available.
Yeah.
So this is already kind of handled.
Yeah.
But the other is you have this constellation of VMs.
Yeah.
What if user like change something there?
Yeah, that's something that I think we've
Like
mentioned
remove
before.
one of
Like,
them or something.
No.
yeah, we need to mark these as absolutely not for user interaction, and yeah, I think.
What if I think the idea of having to create a management cube and then having to do something and like a management cube and all of that is probably way too many steps.
Yeah.
And I think a better approach would be to make things more declarative. Have something like, and this is inspired a bit by Flatpaks. So have some sort of bundle that contains that contains all of the information needed. And it doesn't contain any executable code.
Okay.
It's just data. Except for code to be run in the VM in the newly created VMs. But like, the idea is that this bundle.
So like a meta template package.
Yeah.
Kind exactly. It's a
SaltStack.
SaltStack
can execute code. That's the problem here.
Yeah, the idea here is this. Well, I don't think trying to sanitize Salt would be a good idea. I'm thinking something.
You can compile something to SaltStack.
Yes, but I don't think Salt would be willing to consider that a security boundary. I'm thinking something more like a JSON manifest, or
explaining how everything is structured.
And then you need parser, and then you will face essentially recreating Ansible or pulse out. That's
not
some
okay.
subset of
I see another idea.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea, but at the same time you get exactly this problem that you need all this synchronization stuff implemented, and then all features the user want to have for the a developer want to have for the constellation management needs to be implemented. So it might be getting complex quickly. While just having some policy for management VM, you can keep the complexity on side of the specific project.
Exactly, because when you do that yourself, you need to have this manifest, you need to handle all the cases, and what if in the new version the manifest changed, you need to handle updates, changes, like now the VM needs to be on another template, one should be removed, another should be added. It's a lot of complexity, and it is already in Salt if you really need to, but also delegating it to app VM that can handle that and has just enough permission to do that.
Yeah, so
I think it's a better idea, more scalable.
Yeah, so basically a management VM with Salt that can configure everything else.
Something like that.
Although what that doesn't solve is the install story.
Yeah.
How do we go about actually like
But
because
this is, I think, a general problem
Yeah.
of how do we install software on Qubes.
How do you install software? Period.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, but
So
we have a very
if you-
special subcase. of that.
If you go to some random product, they will have in the README how to install it, and most of the time is curl-pipe.
Yeah,
Bash.
curl bashing.
Like they pipe bash, yeah.
I think maybe we should, people seem to really like fancy graphical stores. Which
Yeah, but this
A Salt distribution formula
Yeah, but
idea.
Yeah, we have a ticket for that.
Yeah, I know.
It's almost 10 years
Yeah.
old, I think.
Maybe let's try to figure something out that's realistic.
Yeah, that would be my
Okay,
proposal.
Marta, if you say that a graphical application, that like a Qubes version of GNOME software is going to be too much, I'm just going to take your word for it.
It's going to be too much right now for example, a secure job that exists right now. It would be nice to have a way to handle it before we start the big process of making a Qubes software center.
Yeah.
For your use case, would you be interesting only in some selected projects which you can choose, or should anybody be able to publish such an app and the user can go to a website and follow some instruction?
So this is still all in open, like it's still undecided. Right now what we have is just some instructions, but that's not very like usable. And if there is an update in the future that you need to like change something, how do we communicate that to the user? Because then the template updates, and then like does a pop-up show and the user is expected to interactively fix something in their VM setup? And how do we know if the user actually performed that action if none of the VMs actually has the admin API permissions to be able to verify that?
But what I mean, assuming we would have this infrastructure, with this management thing, then you still have this problem. You need to initialize this management VM the first time, right?
If the updater idea got implemented, then that wouldn't be necessarily a need.
No, maybe the initial setup.
Yeah.
What if? Okay.
I think we need to wrap up.
Yes.
Yes.
But yeah.
By the way, the DOM0 idea basically exists. We have this contrib repository that is installed but disabled. And
people can enable it, and then but it still needs to go through the Qubes review and everything like that.
It needs to go through a review, so but there are some packages, and
Okay, very nice. I think we need to wrap this up, but just as a final word, I think in the future I think in Joanna's post about this, there is like the corpo management VM. Ideally, we wouldn't want a company to have access to our personal machines, so this is kind of like something that needs to be resolved for the whole ecosystem to support these kinds of setups, so I think it's widely applicable. And I wanted to thank everybody for contributing to this.
you.
Hi, I'm Em, and I'm going to talk again 1 year later about Qubes OS documentation localization. It's upfront. It's gonna be not like a presentation, but a monologue. Bear with me, please. And I also put TK for Tobias. He cannot be here today, but because I borrowed a lot of slides from the previous presentation, so we know where we are. That's why TK stays there. So let's go. What are we going to go through? Actually, like the past time, what's been done so far, past discussions, what is the status now, and looking forward. And of course, just to define the context, we are talking about continuous reliable localization of the Qubes OS documentation. We have to, of course, differentiate between translation, internationalization, and localization. But that said, I mean, it's not rocket science. Let's have a brief overview. What is this? So again, official Qubes OS documentation is actually part of the official Qubes OS website, which is based on Jekyll, GitHub pages, a liquid template language, and contains four submodules of different repositories containing posts, attachments, hardware compatibility list, data files, and the documentation pages themselves. So, of course, it's a community effort, and we want security first, for example, no third-party plugins or dubious things. And the challenges we met before, Due is difficult because of the markdown files, structure, YAML front matter, to do the internationalization and easily breakable internal links. So we tried transfix, which we scripted also. We customized script for upload and download, for line-by-line translation and review. Buggy, not very nice. That's why we thought about the reader docs. And again, it's just actually a brief preview from the previous presentation, pros and cons. Nice things is versioning, release-specific documentations, is Sphinx-based, and there are nice goodies like PDF or EPUB generation from generation. Read the docs, says, okay, continues the document deployment, which is very nice. There are some cons, because if the documentation is going from Markdown to read the docs, meaning restructured text based on Sphinx, there are then two different stacks for website and documentation, different designs. And there is a new markup language for the community to get familiar with. So still, that was the one of the question marks. Why can't we do read the docs with Markdown files? Well, it's still, the point is that the localization with Markdown via MK docs generator from Sphinx is not supported. So we are going to have to convert the Markdown files to restructured text, which from 1 year ago it did happen, like test-wise. Right now, there should be a little bit of buggy things to get into. But still, whatever. It's based on Pandoc or DocuTils, and with a configuration should be actually easily run only once and fixed errors and deploy. So, which I like about the restructured text based documentation is actually very easy local development, as in difference to the Jekyll based website. But still there is a configuration file. You can do localization based on Sphinx with getText, which is actually very well known and very nice. So, of course, read the docs. We are talking about continuous documentation on deployment. And based on YAML structure files, the definition of how to deploy documentation when you have it. And that's a sample from it. So, again, the first here, here is a sample, actually a screenshot from the repositories themselves. On the first one, you see the current Qubes Docker repo markdown contents, or at least the structure. The 2A is a sample converted Qubes OS repo restructured things contents, and 2B is a localized content already containing the localized portable object files. So we're going to see a setup in a minute, so that we don't have to look at these screenshots right now. So what's the status right now? Okay, I made a mistake in the sense that I got the technical stack locally, self-hosted, but it was not without problems. Read the docs, WebLate, LibreTranslate, and GitLab. Not unfixable problems, apart from one, but still, it was nice to think about, and actually it functions with a like the basic workflow, translation workflow, continuous translation, continuous deployment workflow, but still there were problems with RTD, read the docs builder networking, which should be actually fixable. The automatic translations with LibreTranslate local or external WebLate integration was also buggy, should be fixable. And actually the most problem I saw is what GitLab hosted connection account based on the read the docs. It's based on the Django all-auth project, and it is hard-coded, meaning if I have a self-hosted GitLab instance, I cannot connect to my account without delving into the Django all-auth, either via configurations or via inheritance of a specific class in the read the docs files, source code. So it's not optimal, but it was actually interesting to do. But yeah, just as I've did something slide. Then I tried the hosted version, meaning hosted read the documentation, the docs community. WebLate with a Libre license, at least a trial version 1. And WebLate translation semi-automatic workflow with different source and translation branches. We will see that. What I mean by that, you get, at least in my setup is like that, you get your portable object files from one branch and people translate, and then you can push to another branch. So I thought it was a nice setup. So now we are going to go through sample setup and deployment demo. Bear with me. Okay, here we have a Qubes doc converted documentation with containing restructured files. Here are sample translation already, containing the portable object files. These are the two repositories, and the translation repository is as a submodule in Qubes doc converted documentation. There are several branches, as we see. That's a nice trick for you can lock a branch, for example, so to be sure not to have some any commits on that. But yeah. All right. Then we have create WebLate project. I have to say something. Yes, you have in the trial version, in the Libre version, you have just one project to import. So don't Don't wonder, because I have like different accounts. I had to make it work, because you don't have the opportunity to delete a project, and you have to go to with another account and so on. But let's see. So that's actually just a setup, a walkthrough setup. You can create a translation project. And here I'm just wondering what I'm going to do. Okay, get started, just trial. And you fill the project name, URL slug, project website, and a translation instruction. You could either connect to a GitHub repository, or a GitLab, or whatever, or import manually. I also tried to import manually on the local stack, but it was not very intuitive. And here we add a new translation component, which means one file. In this case, it's the index file or the table of contents of the documentation. You set up a GitHub repository, which is this one. And a repository branch, which is actually something else, but whatever. The point is, you have just one file as a component. There is a plugin which I haven't tried out. It's I think component discovery plugin, which should be actually made easy to import all the files. So this is just a sample, one file based on the table of contents. There are some further settings that are going right now. Yes. Okay, that was a mistake. Bear with me. I tried to import the documentation itself and not the translation containing the the portable object file. So I'm just going to revise that, and I'm going to fix that, at least in the demo. As you see, this is doc rtd old, and it should be actually doc rtd translated old, or whatever. Okay. So this is actually the fixed one, I think. Yes, this is the one, the fixed one, and then afterwards you have the further on. Okay, there is the scanning of the repository where you see all the available translatable files. You can import. I just imported once, and there are further settings such as a push repository URL, which here, due to stress, I filled out wrongly. It should be an SSH, and you can define a push branch further on. You have to define a file mask, which I'm doing here, and then you can save. Then there is a scanning of the repository, and at some point, component is being updated and is going to be imported. That's nice checkup list for doing different configurations. For example, as a repository hooks for automatic flow of updates to Weblate, which we actually have, and for the context for translators, and so on and so on. So we will go for brief with the reader docs setup, where you have the import project. We define a name, we define a repository URL, we define the default branch and a language. We build it. In order to have a translation, you need to import the project again, but this time to import it manually. And Again, repository URL, again, branch, again, the language is actually, right now it's important. This should be German. Then you build. And the other setting, which is mandatory, we have to add a translation to the main project. So we have like here it is Qubes doc RTD Old English, and we set up a translation for the German project we imported beforehand. And then you build, and then you have the documentation, or at least a version of it. Okay, so also interesting is about Weblate workflow, right? Here we are going to start translating strings. Here we have automatic translation based on, I think, Apertium, yes, and LibreTranslate, which we can actually take in as a translation or just accept or clone. Which is nice. We have save and continue, save and stay. You have automatic suggestions, which is actually here we see, or you can skip, of course. We have like other languages. You have history, you have comments. You have also nice setting is nearby strings to see where in the context is your string right now, which you are translating. There are some flags, labels, screenshots that you can add as a project manager for people who want to translate. And here is the management of the repository. We have 2 pending changes, as you see. We can commit them. Then you have different options. You can either push, or you can also update the local repository of Weblate if it is needed. And we're just going to push it. And it is pushed. And now we have actually a GitHub action, which is triggering the main repository. So again, we have the Qubes doc RTD old translated is actually the translation files from Weblate, which contain German translated strings. Thank you. In order to build and deploy the documentation itself, we should be able to say, hey, here is my change to the main repository. Please accept it. So this is just nice to have GitHub action to update the main repository. So, which didn't in this example at least. Yes, here I just did it manually. Here we see the commit made from Weblate. And we see right now the triggered and the build version. So, yeah. I think it was because of the submodules. All right. So, yes, we have the documentation. So it is a little bit cumbersome because of these of the whole files, video files that you had to see, because it's just one shot with the trial version of Weblate. And with different accounts, I have like right now 3 accounts with GitHub Weblate, and read the docs. I apologize, but still, that was actually a small demo for a proof of concept to see at least how a sample workflow of translation can be done. You have a GitHub repository. you have your restructured text documentation. You build the POT files with Sphinx build, get text. Then you have the PO files. You upload them or sync them with Weblate. People translate or you translate. And then you can commit and push the changes, which then, as we see, you can arrange with GitHub Actions to build, to trigger commit actually, and push to the main repository, which is actually always triggered in read the docs. If I push to documentation that is imported in read the docs, it will trigger automatically a build. So we can also have a look at it right now. I don't know, perhaps README or something? Oh shit, sorry. And at some point, you see it's triggered. This is the English version, so the main version. We have the German version. And you see it's also being triggered right now. And then you have the documentation, which here you see you have English version, a German version, and of course if you want PDF or EPUB, you have to configure it, and it will be also available. So that's actually the sample demo. And what I'm hoping to do tomorrow as a workshop is just to get over with the Qubes OS documentation conversion to RST, which will be unfortunately buggy. I was a different person 1 year ago, so I don't know what the hell I was doing or something, with the configuration at least. But once it's done, actually there was a tested version that converted well. One can host on Read the Docs, and we need to configure Weblate. Meaning, for example, this component discovery plugin to not be like damned to import every single file. What I don't like is actually that Weblate, in order to push, you need a Weblate bot. I mean, you need to mark the Weblate bot as a collaborator, to have a write access to the repository, and I mean the repository where the translated files are, right? Here we have it. Another alternative to this Weblate bot is actually the Weblate client, which is actually like a Transifex client, or Weblate REST API, or Weblate Python library, which can also be scripted and be triggered manually and not over the UI. And with UI, I mean this one. You know, you have like the commits, the pushes, more or less the same, but in a scripted version. The licenses should be also checked in, perhaps for Libre projects. I don't know how many strings you can translate for a Libre project, but the pricing is also not that very nice. Sorry. So you have like strings limit 1,000, 3,000, 10,000, 50,000 per month. This should be checked out. And of course, you can also go into Weblate workflow, which means, let me see if I can have this right now or not. But in the sense of, whoopsie, no. in the sense of, okay, I cannot find it right now. In the sense of marking strings as being able to get reviewed or not. And of course, what is also interesting is being able to perhaps export the translation memory from Transifex, or perhaps use translation memory from also other befriended projects, which is actually also nice. These are nice to have. I just added them, liquid versus ginger templating, in order to for the swings redirects to function more, to the swings links to function more nicely, and perhaps swings redirects extensions. To be honest, I don't know why. I think I copy pasted it from the previous slides. So and again, further for the future, different nice to-dos like GitHub issue label, project localization, like documentation, localized documentation hosted on RTD, of course, restructured text documentation guide, localization brief, instructions, screenshots, video tutorials, whatever, which is maybe, of course, because it's a lot of work. Right. Yes. So that was my cumbersome way of saying to you, this is what we've got right now, and perhaps we've got more tomorrow. And if you have at all, like at some point, some questions. And of course, I want to say I'm sorry. I just did this whole thing at the last minute. So, yes. Yes, please.
It's kind of a newbie question, maybe, but so the idea of the project is like to translate the Qubes OS documentation
Yes.
to another language, which is it only one language, like German, or more languages? Or?
No, you have different languages dependent, for example, on WebLate, dependent on your license. I think the basic license is with 15 languages possible, and
so it's automatically translated.
you have the automatic, that's what the Libre translation was, and the suggestions. Perhaps we can see something like this right now.
The reason I'm asking is, so if I understand it correctly, you're using like a different platform to document it, because the current documentation, how it just in GitHub or on the static pages, the Jekyll pages, it's super hard to translate. Is this right?
It's buggy. Yes, we tried that in the past. It's buggy, and it's not self-hosted, and it's breakable links. It's markdown. It's not nice. And you have, like, with the reader docs, you have like very nice pros, like versioning of the documentation.
Translation, I think.
Yes.
The translation to read the docs is about a lot of other things.
This is
the other very important feature is version-specific documentation. Go to manager for Qubes for 4.1, 4.2, etc.
Because maybe as a suggestion, that's very technically, but I think the bigger picture would be helpful to know exactly where it is, because I totally like the Qubes documentation, but the question is also to whom you're targeting. I thought it's about translating it to German, and I thought, like, which German is there at least a target group? But I think people who will use Qubes are like technical skills, and very likely they are able to read English. And but if it's not about translating, it's also about optimizing the documentation to another platform. I was missing this part.
Yeah, it's not only translation, but then translation is.
What I guess translation is important.
Yeah.
There are some people speaking German or just.
German is one language, but one we get more requests is Spanish.
Yeah, I guess like.
Not surprised given the number.
But is there already the normal Qubes documentation? Is it already available in the new format?
No, it's just, I guess
there is this proof of concept.
There is this.
Instances, of course. I think mine is also online somewhere. I don't know. Yeah.
But would it make more sense to like concentrate first on porting it, or like
Yes.
instead? That's okay. So it's not about translating; it's about like porting it to the new
But
platform.
also
All of the above.
I guess also checking the compatibility of the platforms, which can do that automatically to have this continuous integration.
Yes, that's the point. Continuous localization, continuous deployment of the documentation.
What about the accuracy of these translations?
Well, you have like a lot of automatic translation options. I just got the free ones, and it's actually all right, but not for all. And which is nice, you can also automatically translate in bulk. So we have, for example, marked for review. So there is work that can be uplifted from the translators. And you have like, I don't know, DeepL, Google, Microsoft.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, currently the automatic translation is just a suggestion that actual human review if it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But why are you working on both topics at the same time?
Because it's like they're more or less interlinked. Because we wanted to do translation on the markdown files. It was buggy, like what to do next, RST, what does it mean? Conversion. So
wouldn't it be smarter to like port the documentation to the new format totally and then start the translation? This is the one question.
But then the question is if you will have tools which will support.
Yeah, so this is basically proof of concept to verify if that target we are converting to actually works with translation. Because we started with Markdown in pages and we spent I don't know how long it took, but.
Here you have like actually yesterday I did the conversion again from the current one with the code from 1 year ago. So actually the proof of concept is there, the conversion is there. One should have a closer look right now, 1 year after. Yes.
So how much customizable is read the docs format? Because it's like I kind of don't.
It's quite customizable, I think.
What do you mean?
Like in this layout.
There are more.
The layout.
Layout and like the styles, all the stuff.
You can customize if you have the nerve to delve into it. You can write your own themes. As I remember correctly, 1 year ago, I delved a little bit into it. But of course, you need a designer and you need someone to do this. There are like community themes, and I'm just using here, I don't know, read the docs documentation default theme. I don't know, I think.
Do you have a link for my instance I created a year ago? Because I don't remember the link, but I think I used some different theme. Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, maybe workstation.securedrop.org. It uses another theme.
Yeah, I think the first one is.
Oh no, that's your development documentation, right? So. Oh no, it's not.
Different theme.
So Core would use that one. I don't know. Like I like the features, but the look and feel, like the MK docs got way better theming.
Yeah, but we really need version-specific documentation and translation, and I think we considered MK docs before, and it was very light on this.
MK docs, as I and there is actually also a footnote. I checked it. MK docs cannot do localization on reader docs. It's not supported. Like.
I think we adjusted a lot of those default themes to be actually quite workable in light of this reader docs.
So I guess the shadow will have the same problem at some point.
At some point, probably.
But it involves to buy additional services because they have to pay for it.
Yeah, the translation is expensive.
Translation? But the point is, Weblate has a Libre option, like for open source project, but they are also limited in the strings you can translate per month. So there is an option to be like free, you know?
Have you tried MKDocs material? Because I know it's...
I'm sorry?
The MKDocs material, I think, has versioning support.
MKDocs, I'm sorry?
MKDocs material. It's like a template for MKDocs.
No, I haven't.
We use that for the shell, and I'm sure it has versioning. It has also translation support. Maybe not automatic, but I'm sure you can select language and have some different versions of websites.
So you have to spell it for me?
mkdocs-material. M-A-T-E-R-I.
Right?
Yes.
And then adds like versioning or translations. They have very good documentation and so on.
And does it...
Documentation? Yeah, it's telling on the... Yeah.
So with Read the Docs, is the advertising on Read the Docs a problem for Qubes?
No. There is, first of all, it only applies to the free version, and the advertisement there basically about the Read the Docs itself, not some third-party things. But also in the paid version you can disable that, and the paid version of Read the Docs is quite cheap, if I remember correctly, a few euros per month or something like that.
Okay.
So it's not an issue.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but
Last question.
So I have another question. Get text. I think we considered something else than get text before. So no?
I don't remember.
Okay, so I misremember. Okay.
No, I just took the default because of Sphinx and just read the talks, if there is. I'm still a little bit skeptical. If it works, it's very nice, but with the reader docs to host it for translation, I don't know. This is also...
The problem is that this is in Markdown, yeah, and that would be problem with this translate.
No,
Yeah,
I don't think it will be problem per se, but I'm not sure. As I said, reader docs say there is no localization for MK docs. I don't know. As
Maybe
I said,
it's something specific to read the
yeah.
On the other hand, we have
setup and there is like...
I'm sorry? But we can also talk later.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just wonder if any other, if you analyze other projects which have exactly the same issue, anyone else solved that or partially solved that?
Yeah, we've seen that. So I think we checked a few other products, and it's basically their custom solution for the documentation or the docs or yeah.
Okay.
There was also what I think Torproduct is using Track or I don't remember for documentation. They also have it translated, but they were using something that is not maintainable for us. I don't remember.
I don't know, but if I'm not mistaken, right now I don't remember the projects that are using the same setup with WebLate and Reader Docs. Because I think Reader Docs is actually quite popular and it's not that buggy. I mean, you have like automatical build, you have like right now the documentation, and WebLate, at least in my opinion, is way better than Transifex. But yes, I just, yeah.
Okay, we are out of
Okay.
time.
Thank you.
I wanted to discuss with you a tool which will be used to check the platform security features with multiple purposes. So one of these purposes can be used in Qubes OS. And part of this problem is because of what Maciej today said on TrenchBoot talk, that, like we have a bunch of platforms, we have delayed project because essentially we have to buy platform and then do various checks, and some of these checks even can be only verified by someone very skilled like Christian or Michał, because there are some bits which you have to decode, and if you don't remember the structures, then you don't know what exactly is going on. And we really need a tool that will help users and also developers to choose hardware and not waste money on some random hardware. So maybe like, yes, that's rough. Everything is very draft-like. It's like, do not consider this. I don't know if this have to be set of tests. Maybe this have to be a single Golang application which will do something. Yeah. Maybe this is like, I don't know, set of scripts in robot framework. I don't know what I call it, tool containing set of tests which will assess how well different hardware support platform security features like DRTM, so Intel TXT or SKInit for AMD, and probably sooner or later we will have ARM, which has already implementation of DRTM. There is public spec for that, and this would be supported because Microsoft enforcing that for secure core. And I also have presentation about how Power implement DRTM and how, and there is also I saw some RISC-V discussion about DRTM. So essentially all the architectures like looking at this feature. But for us, Intel and AMD are the most important. I would say start with Intel, yeah? But maybe DRTM is very complex and maybe we don't have technical capacity to discuss that. SRTM is essentially measurements in the all the other PCRs in TPM other than 17 to 22, all the other PCRs, yeah? Intel Boot Guard, I don't know how many of you know Intel Boot Guard is essentially fusing the OEM public keys to the chipset. And also that's not obvious, like in what state your hardware is in terms of Intel Boot Guard. Is it in state that someone can fuse their own keys and kind of lock you out of control of your firmware? Is it in open state, or is it in state in which, so recently for example, we checked Lenovo platform, which is like in state when zero policy is fused. There is no way of changing that, and it's fused that it never will be locked, yeah? So essentially you cannot protect yourself. AMD platform secure boot is essentially the same feature for the AMD. UEFI secure boot, I guess this is something way closer and way more related to typical user, and that's it. And those are and then we have results of these various platform security features, compatibility and state, and then we would like to use these results for various purposes. So, and one of the purposes is to align with Qubes OS security standards or expose those information in the Qubes OS UX, or maybe if we evaluate a given platform for hardware certification, we even wonder if it makes sense to take this target as a target for hardware for Qubes OS certification, because those security properties will be there. Yeah? So that's one thing. Yeah, so that's essentially what I said. Yeah. Yeah. Also, that's the case. I guess that's UX part, that we would like to make those output of those checks human readable, and like that people understand what does it mean really, because like at least to some extent. And I guess like I would like to divide this discussion. Someone have to control time, but I will have to divide this discussion into section. I don't know how much, Marek, maybe you can decide how much we should talk about TrenchBoot, DRTM, anti-evil Maid, because that's complex topic, and I'm not sure if we can even. This is validating if this feature is there is hard. It's, I guess, like 3M Dev has to do that anyway, and I don't know if we should talk about that. Maybe if we should talk about the tests or talk about how to use those results or how to create that tool which will maximize adoption by various projects and various entities in the ecosystem. So this is like very open. I just want to start with that, get feedback from the experts, and then hopefully next year we can have something even maybe earlier, because I hope to iterate that on Dasha user group and create a tool which we can iterate over. I have quite a lot about UEFI Secure on the next slide, but I would like to leave that at the end. Let's say 20 minutes to the end, we should start, or 25 minutes to the end, we should start UEFI Secure Boot. And then this question about measured boot. So I guess measured boot is mostly heads related right now. So this also is like there is no information about the compatibility. Like you don't know, like okay, you will figure out if I have TPM 1.2 or 2.0 because you have to flash, I guess, correct configuration. But on the other side, like you don't know what you have exactly in those measurements. And if you want to, for example, do that on not certified platform, measured boot on not certified platform, I don't know if it ever will be supported. Or if someone would like to own proprietary BIOS, let's say, do the boot and verify what measurements I have in TPM, just to make sure that in future never changed, like it didn't change, nobody planted anything there. If this make any sense for the user to expose those information and to validate those information. So maybe let's start with the TPM content, like measured content measured TPM. Does it bring any value to know that we have sound, let's say event log, sound measurements in the TPM, and we can get some information from that? Does it help anyone, or is meaningless?
Or at the very least, if you have a TPM and something was measured, I think it's useful information. It doesn't, it's not definitely like proof that everything works, because you don't know if all the stages were measured, especially important for SRTM.
Yes.
So it may be just, I don't know, you use...
So what's the interesting requirement? FWPD, LVFS kind of pushed the requirement of publishing PCR 0.
Okay.
And if you, so I don't know what platforms you tested FWPD, but if you tested, let's say, on some, I don't know who delivers, maybe Lenovo delivers updates for their hardware, or Dell through FWPD, they have to publish PCR 0, and I guess FWPD to some extent return that information. But of course, that not every platform does it. The question is if anyone checked that this is really, I guess FWPD checked that, but you know.
I haven't seen anything like that, but maybe.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. How do you know about the PCR 0 FWPD stuff?
I know that some binaries have attached a PCR 0 value, but I don't know how much it is enforced.
Where is it? I've looked into some random update metadata, and I haven't seen separate fields.
I guess that may be some.
Lenovo, Dell, HP, something behind those lines. I recall there were some PCR 0s.
Okay.
Maybe they are not on the on the page. Maybe you can retrieve it with like the CLI. Maybe
I was looking at XML metadata file. Yeah. This metadata XML.
So for example, I guess this means that we have to detect. Okay, this hardware can be updated to FWPD. That's one thing, and then the question is like, does this information somehow is important, and do you plan to expose that information in any way?
That's, I think that's useful information, whether, especially because now we have FWPD support in Qubes. So it means if the platform is supported with in FWPD, you can update your firmware from within Qubes. You don't need to boot to something else.
So yeah, so then if I would be user, I will ask, okay, Marek, you're publishing FWPD. What hardware I can buy to get updates? And you say like, take a look at FWPD page and like find in these tens of thousands of devices, And then even we have second level that we know that those who provide PCR0 are better than those who don't provide, because at least we have another point of validation. Yeah. If yes.
I think this kind of discussion for regular users, you need to translate that into a security score.
Yes.
Which is like specifically like that lists the threat models for which that score can apply. Because
and this is somewhat what FWPD HSI does, at least partially what you said. Like it has some kind of levels of security.
So
and
the
each
best
level
the
has
best
some requirements.
the best threat modeling that I saw is by Zeno. Those are these trees. I don't know if you saw Zeno presentations, the OST or Open Security Training. He do like a tree, and he started with some threat, and then saying what kind of technology was invented to mitigate that threat. Then he goes here and saying like, oh, and this point was they tried to attack it that way, and it was possible thanks to and the name of the attack and the paper of that attack. And then after that they invented another technology which protected against that, and the streets going like that, yeah. And yeah, so but this is like very so it's a lot of work and a lot of knowledge about what really happened in security spectrum. I guess like it's definitely beyond 3MDEP, beyond me. I don't have that capacity to.
Yeah, but for the user, we need some simple information. One thing is we have the certificate hardware requirements, which is like binary, like is it certified or not, right? So we can, for example, require FWPD support for certified platform, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's one idea.
Yeah, but then you know, if you require FWPD support, then already all the Sharo platforms losing that.
Yeah.
Because
why is that?
Because
I've seen UFA capsule update on some.
yes,
slides.
yes, and there is pending grant, and we get already reply from NLNet. They are interested in sponsoring that, but there is like tons of questions they asking. This is very complex, very complex topic, and I don't know when it will be like year to I don't know.
But, you know, it doesn't technically it doesn't need to be UFA capsule.
Yeah, FWPD supports many.
Yeah, exactly. It supports many plugins. You can even write your own plugin. And
Yeah. But you're forgetting about some stuff. Like you have all this locking mechanism.
Yes, but we have just released firmware update mode, and with that.
So, and how this is related to FWPD?
Write an FWPD plugin.
You can still use Flash and plugin.
But firmware update mode will boot you to DTS unconditionally.
What's DTS?
So
Special tools.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to.
It doesn't need to, but it is hard for you to do so.
Yeah, but
And that can be changed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it can be
But
changed.
and
For
how
this platform, we have
and so and how we will
to
how we will change it? How we will change it? How we will improve that? So we booting to Qubes?
Yeah.
I would reboot to a.
Reboot to Qubes and maybe also expose some flag that it is in this mode, so FWPD can be automatically started.
Yeah, we have those.
And
flags
none of the
in
VM and
form of,
no VM
UFI
starts.
variable.
Yeah.
Like
Actually, you know what?
There are dedicated UFI variables for such stuff, by the way, in the spec, yeah, for this
Is
kind of
there-
features.
Is there a reason that that capsule update is so hard?
Because we have Corbin.
I talked with Christian. He wrote there is like issued quite extensive description what's have to be changed to implement that. So like you can read there, and it's really extensive technical reading.
So just to use an example, I know you won't like this example, but there is this manufacturer called Star Labs.
Yeah.
And they do Coreboot with UFI, and they support FWPD updates. Not using capsules, but I think using Flash from OS.
Yeah.
But it works.
So like let's not go forward. Like it's but they disable the protections.
Yeah, for the update you need to disable, yes. But
Okay.
you can update your firmware without
They don't have that. They don't have those protections. So
What about using?
So you see there is.
But you have, and there is an option when you can disable it for the update time and then enable it again.
What
And
about
you have
using?
Okay, that's.
this
I guess
option.
that's good. That's
okay.
That's good. That's good thing.
It's, you know,
I don't know.
you can
Michał,
do better,
can you do some notes?
What about Intel
for that?
BIOS that offloads the job to the that offloads the job of writing to SPI flash to the BIOS ACM to the BIOS guard ACM.
Yeah, that's UFI capsule update basically.
No.
It's like about the authenticated SMI handlers.
So UFI capsule is part of the UFI specification, so it does not depend on the.
ACM and it performs the flashing
Okay.
in the secure AC RAM environment.
Okay, because we're going too far. But you see how complex stuff we have. Like we have TPM, we're just talking about the PCR0, and we already get to the FWPD and like how to update, how to change update. Yeah.
Yeah, but for the you are asking how to expose the information for the user. For the user, I think there should be a simple answer. Is it firmware update possible
Okay.
for Wi-Fi system or not?
That's
no details like
that's one thing how to expose that to user. The other thing is like how to create that test, so it would be used by various projects.
So I think for SRTM, so for SRTM, one thing is that there needs to the test there is I think the test for SRTM is there a TPM? Does it work?
Which version of TPM?
Which version of TPM? Is it a DTPM or FTPM? Because there
Yes, true. All that stuff is important.
They have mutually incomparable threat models.
Michał, are you taking notes?
Yeah. Okay. And also whether the manufacturer publishes PCR0, because in order to make SRTM practical, and I define practical as you don't have to use you don't have to enter a recovery phrase after every firmware update. You have to know the new PCR0 ahead of time, so that you can reseal data.
Forward sealing, but only in configuration when you have sealing.
Yes, you need to forward seal PCR0 with PCR0.
But that's always work. Like I guess that's part of the TPM spec.
Yes, but it works. It works if you have pre-published PCR0 values.
Yes.
So that you can know what to seal to before actually doing the update.
Shall we keep the previous version of the PCR values? Shall we keep that somewhere?
No, it's you need to know what the new measurements are going to be before you actually.
That's we can calculate that. Yeah. But to do that, you need the previous one. Oh, if the previous one you have right now, okay, yeah. So at the point of, this doesn't need test. Like you don't need test for that.
Okay, true. Well, true. That, everything else though needs to be tested.
You need to see if that value is provided somewhere, FWP or somewhere else. But yeah, it's not a test from your system. It's a test. How do you does your update ship with the new value or?
Yes, and that's
can you calculate new PCR0 value just having the update?
No, because you don't know what part of BIOS was measured by given BIOS implementation.
Yeah, exactly.
For Dasharo, you can do that, yeah.
That's what you wanted to do for the Maid application.
Yes.
I think that PCR0 is defined to have just the SRTM and the first part of IBB, I think.
But IBB is a size, and UFI got sec
you
pay.
can read it from the manifest.
Yes, you can read it.
And it's always IBB. But what about all?
What
about the old? Okay, how it is implemented, you see. So.
Yeah. But you can always take.
But then, Christian, you're right. This is like another test. Like another test if it's really if it's really this. Yeah. If it's really IBB.
Checked it.
Yeah, you can check it. Yeah.
You can check it. Yes.
So let's see.
Yeah.
Because the OS can read the SPI flash whether or not write protection is on, right?
No, it can't write.
No.
Can it
The
read?
user can
Read.
No, you can also prevent reading if you want to, but we don't do so.
Does anybody prevent reading? Probably.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
For example, some configurations may have like locked managed any region, so you can read.
You get
Yeah,
random
yeah,
stuff
code,
or
yeah,
some
yeah,
all
yeah.
Fs.
But I haven't seen parts of BIOS region being not readable. Not yet.
I guess some of these tests are in chipsec. Quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That was my next question. How much can we reuse that chipsec?
I guess a lot.
Yeah.
I guess a lot.
Because, we have chipsec, we have this FWPD hardware. What was the name?
HSI.
There's also another thing.
Hardware security. I don't know.
Another thing is
Yeah.
that there's on AMD platforms there's a known glitch attack that gets you. There's a known and there's a well-known glitch attack that gets you code execution in the AMD secure processor. Has anything similar been demonstrated to?
Oh
compromise
yeah,
Intel
I know where
microcode?
you're going. I don't want to go there because suddenly we will have like proof of concept of exploits as a test for quality of the platform. It's
No,
too
it's
far.
not
It's
fair.
too far. I'm only want to focus on the spec or hardware delivered features, and I don't want to go with the potential exploitation part because that's too far.
Yeah.
If we will have client which will have this threat model and will pay for that, we will do that.
So another question.
And the answer would probably be wrap the whole thing in an anti-tamper mesh with fast zeroing SRAM and a battery.
As wrap this all together with the user inside, yes.
Secure computer is the one that's buried 100 meters underground and covered in concrete.
Well, I mean, basically, what wrapping the whole thing is what a skiff is.
Okay, let's focus. Let's not deconstruct ourselves.
My next question is how much this should be static or dynamic? I'm thinking about known bug versions. So should the check also verify if you use up-to-date version of the BIOS or some outdated one, for example? Because this will change over time. So at one point you check and it says everything is okay,
So
but
first,
you check
first of
some
all, like
months later and it's
let's get back, Marek, to the purpose of the tool. The purpose of the tool is to select the hardware platform, and it's mostly about the hardware compatibility, potential hardware features.
So you mostly care about the current state of the platform, not some future or the past state,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So I will.
So it's okay to be dynamic.
Question: does it need
Yes.
to be stuff that can be determined, that can be checked from? Are we only looking at stuff that can be checked from a running system? Because
That's
the-
also a very good point.
because
I had-
there's some
and if
stuff-
we're talking chipsec, we already tie it to running system. And if we're talking 3MDEP, open source firmware validation with robot framework, with serial attached and rebooting, no, yes, man. This is very important because otherwise you will not validate certain properties of the platform.
Because the reason I ask is that I can think of some properties of the platform that that absolutely cannot be checked from within a running system and have everything to do with electrical stuff on the motherboard.
How do you check the RTM from the running system?
Registers.
You see if it's there, but if you if you start some arbitrary Ubuntu like USB, that's good. No.
Yeah, I guess like you going to the RTM. I know the RTM is very hard. We can ask Christian or Michik and ask them how they will validate if the given platform is capable of doing the RTM.
How do-
9 elements TXT suite.
How does Microsoft do it? Force all the hardware vendors
They
to do it
they have
themselves?
very sophisticated compliance tests.
So they basically publish tests, send tests to vendors that you need to pass.
That's basic stuff for the Windows logo. The complex stuff is another spec for Secure Core PC, and that's I guess that's something that devices are sent either to Microsoft, either to some third party which is responsible for
testing this.
Yes.
Okay. And there is, do you know roughly how this test looks like? Is it some complex tool you run, or is it like 100 pages instruction that somebody manually follows?
I don't know.
Okay.
And it's probably not public.
Yeah. So I guess we have a bunch of ideas how to, like, chipsec is definitely good part of the test of the suite from the runtime perspective. Then the problems, of course, of this kind of not runtime, because we checking something in BIOS, or I don't know, maybe we can query or rely on the information reported by BIOS, but I would not rely on that because I'm pretty sure this is not accurate.
Here's another example. Here's another, just to give you an idea of what I was saying about the electrical stuff. So some HP laptops use a totally different approach, which is that they have this thing they call the endpoint security controller, which is what my understanding is that is basically it's an interposer on the SPI flash. It's an interposer on.
How does help us achieve our goal?
It doesn't, but if someone were to, it doesn't.
So it is off topic, Demi.
Well, kind of. The point is that there's all the thing that's so tricky is that Linux drivers stink, and pretty much every Linux driver out there trusts the hardware it drives, and so you have to consider not just the security of the CPU, but also the security of all the various peripherals.
Okay, that's fine, but that's not my goal today. I have completely different goal. My goal is
acknowledged.
Yeah. So I guess like we let's go further, and like I guess we say something about the SRTM. We probably can say more. We can talk about the event log and what's in the event log. But let's move forward. Intel boot guard. That's very important because platform would correctly fuse it and configure it. Intel boot guard essentially cannot be converted to open source firmware unless there will be some exploit, but we cannot rely on that. Chipsec, does Chipsec report all the things about the Intel boot guard? I don't know.
I don't know, but I would expect so.
Yeah, so I guess like this is something also to test. Yeah.
And also some vendors might ship signed and locked but open source firmware. Looks at you.
Yeah.
I don't know if any do that yet, but it'd be useful because if I understand correctly, you must have boot card for early boot DMA for first instruction DMA protection.
So the other thing is that I would like this tool to be completely automatic. So any mechanism in BIOS which prevents correct checking of the feature is something that is like we don't like it. Yeah. Okay. So in this situation, either you have instruction for the user how to disable all this protection, which will be close to impossible for so many BIOS version and so many BIOS menu layouts and naming of the features. It would be very hard. Yeah. So
for most platforms, if you are interested in porting Dasharo to that platform, the first deployment, I would expect you need external programmer for a lot of platforms.
I don't know. I guess like desktops are not exactly true
Yeah,
here.
for desktop probably it's more flexible.
Laptops.
For laptops.
I guess like we didn't check enough laptops to.
I think
right now we have access to Cliva laptops which are not fused, so that's okay. Yeah. And most of the other laptops like from big OEMs are fused, if not all of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull a Marta here and say that anything that involves an external programmer is not really something that's.
That's not for end user to do. That's for FreeM Dev to develop the firmware and then probably have a partner to sell Flash and sell.
Yeah. Michał, so why we using Intel ME tool to verify Intel boot guard instead of chipsec?
Does chipsec have any like managed engine information dumping, printing? I
remember running some boot guard tests
in chipsec
2 years ago.
Yeah, so I guess that would be easier than analyzing the register states if chipsec does the analysis of the register.
Chipsec requires small setup, so maybe we just use the tools that are the most friendly to use.
What you mean? Chipsec requires what?
more setup to install the tool on your OS, for example, that you can run Intel tool, which you have probably also in the DTS right now. So maybe if you get
But you see, like Marek also would like to use these results and also would like to leverage this information. So we have like a conflict, small conflict of environments, yeah, in which you're saying in DTS it's easy for us to use Intel ME tool, but indeed.
It's easier to use that small utility C than chipset.
Okay, maybe can we like show the FWPD HSI what it does, what it exposes already? I can show it even on this laptop. It's like already they're integrated in GUI. Maybe you can like also discuss.
But they leverage what? They leverage a chipsec also, or?
I don't know. I think they have their own tests.
They talk to the ME via the
And this is integrated in FWPD by default. Like if you have
Yes,
FWPD,
right now
you can do this test.
exactly.
Okay, that's very good because this already would be there on the platform.
So you like just enable settings. It was which was it? Accessibility, no. Users, no. Maybe I'll use the search. Yes, device security. That's it. And the privacy. Okay. So as you can as you can see, it already prints the state of various checks and features.
And you have Interboot guard.
Yes, I have, but I have ME disabled, so this utility cannot probe the state of boot guard.
Oh.
So if I show you, there is an event log of these checks, and at some point, as you can see, these are like events, and you have those beautiful check marks. And it shows the latest statuses that I don't have boot guard. But if I scroll down a little bit, I have boot guard already here with a green check. So, but it is like older entry in the event.
This UX.
Yeah, because it records any change of the feature state.
Okay.
And records it in this list.
How much boot guard depends on ME?
What is the
It doesn't depend, but this utility depends on the information exposed by ME about boot guard. So
Wait,
that's
why does it say that your ME is in manufacturing mode?
that's another not so clear information because
But
it checks for a bit that actually
but does it
determines the state of the flash descriptor log. So it is not like completely related to manufacturing mode.
But
so it's incorrect test.
Yeah,
exactly.
Does it tell it is in manufacturing mode, or does it tell the checking if it's manufacturing mode failed? Can you extend this?
I can copy some technical report if I press the bank icon.
What will happen if you like kind of open this?
No, you know.
Yeah, I can also.
Open here.
Yeah.
What does it show?
It's just an explanation what it
that's
is.
an explanation.
Yes,
Okay. So
and
that's very noted.
as I said, it is a check for the recommended settings for the flash logging, right, in the descriptor. So that's not unrelated to manufacturing mode. So what would really have to be checked is the fuse state rather than the manufacturing mode bit, which is like which actually changed its like designation. I will also show you this report.
Also, could there be a check that the ACPI tables are consistent with the processor and PCH registers?
This is it could be, but it's,
So this is
but
what
it's advanced stuff. Yeah. So take a look at this. Like we already have a lot of stuff which is like kind of not consistent. Oh, there's TPM 2.0 test.
So as you can see, Intel Engine is just failed because it couldn't read it because we have ME disabled, and it already fails a few more tests because of that.
So you, Marek, you already see that some stuff cannot be checked from the system.
Yeah, I see.
At least not in a non-approved state of
Yeah,
management.
not some arbitrary configuration. So at least you need to change some BIOS settings at the very least.
And UEFI secure boot is failing. Why?
Because we do not enable secure boot yet, because we couldn't solve, you know, the key management stuff and updates. We didn't have an idea how to handle that properly. So that is why we keep secure boot disabled for now.
So from an updates perspective, I think it'd be best for the OS. I don't think anything that requires end users to do key management, to have their own secret keys, is going to be a good idea. It's best to, it would be just like I think it's best for firmware for like the platform to be locked to Desharo keys if it ships with Desharo. I think it'd be best for, if it's going to be used for Qubes, I think it would be best for ITL to sign the EFI image and then for only the ITL key to be enrolled.
We will get to the
we can all
secure boot at the end of this.
We can always enroll some kind of Qubes key certificates into the UEFI secure boot database on the certified devices, and then you have like the support for Qubes signed images out of the box.
Yeah, for certified devices.
Yeah, either DB or key exchange key, something like that.
Yeah.
So
but
there are many
Alex,
possibilities.
So I guess like we agree that's the correct place for doing this is validation. This is our validation tool.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it's already with it. So what about using forks or kind of improved version of FWPD? But because I think that if 3MDEP will start to mess up with HSI, maybe not everything will be so easily upstreamable.
HSI?
Because
acronym check please on HSI.
This is
this report.
Yeah, this thing. I don't know what it is stand for. I don't remember.
Security index.
Oh yeah, host security index.
Because essentially FWPD represent those vendors, those group of vendors under Linux Foundation, and these vendors are already poisoned with the policies. There is assumption that they use correct policy for the security settings, and we already disagree with some assumptions. Like for example, I don't know, we disagree with not being able to do some stuff with UEFI secure boot, not being able to clean the Microsoft certificates.
Okay, I see.
You should definitely be able to clean the Microsoft certificates.
But is it mandatory by the spec? Is it recommended by Intel when doing the BIOS design? Is it even considered by OEMs as a requirement? Like Lenovo, Dell, why? They don't have to have this interest in enforcing that.
Because HSI is about some specific levels, not just list of features you can.
Yes, in theory, yes.
Can you add some tests
but
that are not related to any of those levels?
I don't know.
Because if you can, then that would be the way to extend with some features you care about.
I have presentations somewhere in the network about DRTM tests. How to implement the RTM test. I already did that research, but I don't remember if you assign that to a certain level by default, and there is spec associated with that. Then I don't know. Like I guess Matrosov there was like important names there. I guess someone from Eclipse probably, like some good names behind this spec. Yeah. So the question is how hard it would be to extend that. Yeah. But okay, I guess we have some conclusion at least about part of that. So the basic testing, runtime testing tool is FWPD and HSI. The question is, like my question is already kind of trying to predict the future, what can happen in interaction in upstream. Can we think about, not upstream version of FWPD in Qubes?
Generally, I would like. I'm okay with including some extra patches in FWPD package in Qubes.
With good justification.
Yes, with good justification. And generally, I would prefer to have some plan to have it upstream eventually. Because maintaining a custom plan.
Yeah, I understand. This is like more time from you.
So I'm okay with plan like I need to do that for the next 2 versions, and then but for the third version it will be upstream.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So how hard it would be if, for example, we would like to deliver FWPD from different source?
So you
From
mean
someone else?
some, well, patches on top of upstream are okay. Like completely different, it would mean I would need to review the whole thing.
Okay.
I'm not good doing that.
Okay. I get.
For context, the Qubes FWFD plugin is actually now pro upstream.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know.
Mike told that on the presentation. Okay, I guess how much time left?
We've got 40 minutes.
Okay, I don't know. Any questions up to this point? Like I guess AMD. Someone planned to AMD in chipsec, and I guess some patches landed there.
But HSI also supports the AMD platform secure boot.
Yes.
Yeah, but you have to have an AMD machine, right? Because
Yeah. So Marek, my feeling is when we will start to review HSI, and we really will dig deeper, I guess like we will find various weird things, and it may be quite a lot of work to convince people that things should be done differently. Yeah. That's kind of my prediction, but let's start and let's see if that will be the case.
The alternative approach would be to reuse parts of HSI and have some tool that selects tests that make sense and tests that don't make sense.
Yeah. I don't know. I completely have no idea how this is implemented. I have no idea how this is, if this is implemented in some scalable way.
Oh, and there is one more funny thing. Have you tried checking HSI under Qubes?
No, I don't. Probably the access. No.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it checks whether it's running under hypervisor, and if it detects so, it refuses to run at all.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you tried that on Zen Summit, and what we'll do with that?
There is one line in the code you need to comment out.
Generally,
And it's essentially about what's if the results are the results valid or.
I'm not sure if everything, like every test works, but most they do.
Some of the Linux checks may actually not pass because it's like virtualized kernels.
Yeah.
It may be like problematic, but when it is probed by hardware registers, then it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
So most
It
of
provides
those
you some result, and then you need to choose how to interpret it.
Okay, let's say we have these results. How we will like expose that to the user in a way that user can use that as a tool for deciding about hardware buying.
Firstly, deciding who the user is. For example, in the case of Danger Zone, our whole website is made primarily for technical users who understand a little bit more under the hood. So deciding if you're targeting at the end user or at the digital security trainer who will recommend hardware. Probably the latter would make more sense. And so from there, my proposal here would be to talk about threat models. For example, I took a long time to understand that, what actually heads did. I only had to look a little bit more into it, but it was never super obvious what kind of threats does it protect against. Sure, there is something in the documentation about their threat model, and it's pretty detailed. But I think orienting everything in terms of threat model and then technologies, I think that would make sense.
Key question is if Qubes consider that, because that would be great for Dasharo, but I don't feel we have enough capacity to. We can do something, but threat modeling is a big topic. Yeah?
Yeah.
And the question is Marek, what's your opinion about that? Does Qubes OS got documentation when they say what kind of threat models are already mitigated by Qubes?
Some very minimal documentation.
Where this can be found?
There is the security section on the documentation.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 pages, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think
But this is wall of text, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So it's like very
It's in the
UX friendly
documentation.
stuff for end users and
Yeah.
various levels of understanding of the security.
Yeah.
So the questions potentially would be like how to change that and how to improve that.
Yeah, but as for showing it to end users, just as an example, what currently we have is this Qubes HCL report tool that shows a bunch of information. You can send it out and we build a table of all the recorded hardware.
So HSI report as a part of HCL?
Yeah, kind of. Because currently we have, for the hardware features, we have a check for TPM, VTX, VTD, or AMD equivalents, I think something else, I don't remember. And then in the table you have those 4 columns, and then you can compare it against requirements. So you will see, oh, this NovaCustom laptop something have all the checks green. Okay, so you buy this laptop.
Or you can put also another column of HSI level.
Yeah, exactly.
For example.
Or something
and
like that.
if you want more details, you just
But
enter
for
the
end user, it should be something actionable. So one of the columns is about anti-Maid compatibility. So is it compatible with anti-Maid? Under the hood, it should check all the features that are required for anti-Maid. Currently, it's not implemented in the tool, but
we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But for the end user, it should be like
But the question it should be that we decide that HSI is the tool for testing. So should we create another tool for anti-Maid, or this should be in HSI?
In that, but you collect the results because HSI produce you this wall of test results. It's okay to have it included in some diagnosis information or something like that, but for end user, it needs to be simple information.
Yeah, but as you said, you can extract this for the purpose of exposing that on the website. But on the other side, I just thinking about one place where we're writing tests for the platform security features.
Yeah, so for this specific case, you as a HSI has these levels, right? So
we don't like it. Like it's like this doesn't make sense because you may have, let's say you have highest level and you have lowest level, yeah. And you have everything in between. You have green on the bottom. You have one thing which is like incorrectly interpreted, and you cannot achieve this level.
Below zero.
You are below zero.
It doesn't make to this way, but you can have a pool of features required to some like higher level feature. Like for anti-Maid, you need those 5 things. For I don't know, secure whatever. You need those 3 other things or something like that. For firmware updates, you need those 5 other things. And you have like 3 or 4, not more, 3 or 4 high-level check marks, green or red.
Yeah, the point with HSI...
Is it compatible with open source firmware? Yes or no?
So take a look at this, that FWPD will also have other problems because they are tied to the infrastructure of doing updates, yeah? And this is like not exactly very privacy focused, very Libre focused approach, yeah. They like don't consider other solutions as a valid solutions, yeah.
But you have isolation on Qubes, so.
Yeah, but that's why I propose to have a wrapper around.
Yeah, understood.
Because this way, if you can add different interpretation for the results. So, for example, disabled ME would be a feature and not a bug.
Yeah.
Like currently it's
yeah.
false, right?
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So you have a wrapper to make a different interpretation of the results, and maybe if needed to be, you can add some more tests.
Okay, and you're saying this wrapper should be in Qubes HCL or yeah?
I think so.
So Qubes HCL essentially kicking the HSI and interpret the results. And then this report is going to forum or whatever, to mailing list, and then the website generate kind of like output.
Yeah.
Okay, that's I guess like that's good goal for the next 12 months to do something with that, and maybe let's agree already that whatever checks we planned for doing the anti-Maid compatibility, we will do there already. In HSI.
Yeah, just maybe one more thing to add to those requirements and checks. So there is one contradiction in those requirements. Like if you want to consider ME disable as a feature, then you are basically locking yourself out of the S0 idle sleep mode.
Yeah.
Because ME is disabled, and the checks say that S0 idle is more secure than S3. So you get a green check mark on S0 idle, but if you have only S3, you get
technically it's
a
true.
red cross.
Technically, it's true.
Technically,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So that's a contradiction there.
Yeah. I think we need some more discussion of specific interpretation of specific values, but I think we agree on general
Yes,
idea.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. So we can, I guess, we can go to the next slide, where I would like to discuss the UEFI Secure Boot. It's essentially product that we kind of selling, yeah, and have budget for doing this. So the point is, like, there is like open source code. Right now we know this is HSI. I don't know if this is HSI because I don't know if all these tests can be executed by HSI. Probably not. But
just the state of secure boot.
Yes, yes.
Enable, disable, and
Yeah.
that's all.
State of the secure boot. Okay, I guess that's easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's easy because it's already done.
Just one UFA variable. No?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Secure boot
Um,
enabled one of those two.
So if the provisioning.
Do you use mock util for validation?
No, we're just talking about the HSI. So this is only the binary check for the state of secure boot. Like for MOK, that's another different matter.
It could be.
But it could be like validation.
Like if we consider MOK as a value for some reason, I don't know, like that's question of interpretation of the value in terms of security, in terms of platform security of shim plus MOK configuration.
It's about enrolling your own keys, etc. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I guess all these products going in direction of validating proprietary BIOS instance if you can remove the Microsoft certificates and completely tie everything to your own to your own certificate. Yeah. So essentially, kind of, I don't know if Qubes will ever support this model.
yeah. So what we are working on is to make it a bit easier to use secure boot.
What does it mean?
Yeah, exactly. So currently, if you'd like to use secure boot with Qubes, you basically need to invent your own way to sign boot binaries and do that after.
Safe boot.
Yeah, but it's, it works only with Linux, not as an.
Okay, that's
kind of.
It's all not maintained, but essentially that showed good path for.
But kind of.
Yeah.
So what we are working on is to have by default shipped some binaries that some like Zen, etc. Signed with some Qubes related key. So if you decide to do, you can enroll Qubes key into UEFI security.
If your BIOS allows that.
Yes, if your BIOS allows that. We are still working on some details how to do that to actually provide some value and not only check mark without any meaning. But this is what we are going. Make it more convenient. One way is to work with you to have this key included. Another, I would like at some point, but I don't have high hopes to have shim signed by Microsoft with this key. But they are not very friendly to non-Linux payloads, so we'll see.
Yeah, let's maybe go further with the kind of expectation from the UEFI Secure Boot options in BIOS that we have. Yeah, visibility of secure boot state from operating system. I guess is that any like questionable if this is possible to achieve, or why we put this test?
This is
Or just
always
the
visible.
it's always visible.
Because
Okay.
by the spec it is available.
Unless you don't have UEFI variable module or something misconfiguration.
No, actually, when we do DRTM, like TrenchBoot, and we still have an UEFI.
We don't have UEFI services.
Runtime. I think the current consensus is to just nuke runtime services.
That means you cannot operate on variables.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
but it doesn't mean they are not there.
Yeah, they are there, but you cannot access them.
Yes. Yes. Because you tell us then not to expose your runtime services, right?
There is some work to do. For this.
At least second contradicting.
For this specific case, I have an idea for a workaround that is a bit ugly. To dump variables before DRTM and then pass them somehow in a static form.
Yes, and then assuming that this is immutable and this is not actually the current state of the variable. But it's also my handlers,
but
modify those variables.
Yeah, I know, but this
happen.
will be some snapshot, and specifically for stuff we discuss here, should be okay.
Yes,
I guess,
okay.
yeah.
Just
The question is then how to deal with boot order and all that stuff.
And then we we break UEFI capsule updates this way.
yeah, because
you cannot.
That's one thing. You break UEFI secure boot that way.
that is why you need the firmware update mode thing, so that you expose temporarily the runtime services.
So I had a thought.
There are some ways around it, but there will be issues.
I don't know if it is possible, but add a group man entry to call capsule update.
I think it is already supported mode.
I think so. Because just a boot service or runtime service.
And you run grub before.
Yes, execute services, so it's like completely fine.
I mean, there are ways around it, but just to be aware, there will be complications.
Michał, did you note that one? So then we're thinking about like those are simple tests. Like that should work, but who knows? It's like a correct execution of the signed file, testing of the execution correctly signed file without certificates. I guess without certificate provisioned in the.
So
that's
one thing I remembered. I wanted to comment also on the boot order. So that also creates the problem that you cannot make the boot entries for Qubes. But with the share we have like automatic creation of boot entries for Qubes OS. So we scan the EFI system partition, and if we can find the predefined path, you put the EFI files, the grab or ship, then you have automatic boot entry for Qubes OS.
Nice. Okay.
Not yet available anywhere, but for the next MSI release,
that's mostly relevant for installation, and we don't.
Unless you wipe out the variables or unplug the CMOS battery and everything is gone.
Okay, so the next test should it be the testing execution.
That's normal.
That's
correctly signed, but the certificate is not like so. Binary is correctly signed, but the certificate is not provisioned. So essentially, this should not boot.
And the next execution wrong sign.
Incorrect signature or signature button by
MSI BIOS test. Sorry.
The MSI BIOS did allow everything.
Exactly.
That's this is to mitigate this kind of shitty implementation.
Shitty gritty.
Okay, I guess those tests, but you see that to execute those tests, it's not enough to do that from operating system. So this tool have to be extended. The HSI is just a part of the suite. The reset of the secure boot keys and databases to factory defaults. I guess not everyone also provide that option.
And again, this is something you cannot do from within the system.
Yes. And the fact that if you do the restore, you really can boot like a regular distro. So those are testing the enrollment of the secure boot certificates in the incorrect format. So if there is any validation of the format of the certificates, testing the execution of correctly signed firmware when the built-in RTC is malfunctioning. So this means about the date.
Yes.
Because there is a validation against time, and this also like this adds complexity, and it's really dependent on the implementation and the quality of the implementation.
Yeah. By the way, one of the machines I have in CI constantly lose time because I unplug the battery and it doesn't have another battery for RTC. It's using the main battery.
So it boots in like with no settings.
Yes, yeah, it's like in 2001 or something.
Then there is testing of range of supported cryptographic algorithms. So what kind of signatures are allowed and what kind of hashes are allowed. And then testing execution of file signed for with the intermediate cert. So we can have this situation when we like a provision root, and this is like, and we sign with some intermediate, yeah. And the question is if it can validate that it's coming from this trust chain, yeah.
I think this is about the fact that in secure boot it must be signed by div certificate. That isn't allowed to issue other certificates.
Okay, I have to check that because there is definitely in UFI spec there is definitely explanation of the chain of trust for the certificates. So I don't know why they will do that. So why they would even so Microsoft always have to write with the with the root cert?
With the opposite
certificate. With the leaf certificate. Okay, and okay, but there can leaf certificate first leaf, or there can be multiple leaves.
No,
leaf is always
leaf is
the last one. Okay, that's I don't know this nomenclature.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's really.
Okay, if you write with the so if you write with the leaf certificate and you will take the public part of this leaf one and you will provision that one, this will validate. This will correctly validate.
If you have only
or you have to have the top of the chain of trust provisioned.
So this is not. I don't know if this is a UEFI question or if it's an X.509. It's an X.
It's implementation of X509 in UF. Not everyone using the version of EDK2 like, and there are multiple versions because this change. So there can be multiple ways of.
Yeah, this is mostly about what's in the UEFI specification and then what we decide to test for. Right?
I don't know, Marek, because like there can be compliance to multiple version, and that compliance is also very loose because not everyone is compliant.
Yeah, I know.
Saying using given version is compliant really to that version.
Yeah, but that's my point. The first thing is what's written in this.
What you should be compliant to.
Yeah?
Okay.
And then the question is whether we want to enforce that or check for that, or we don't care about this specific.
Yeah, I guess like from TrenchBoot perspective and from Dasharo perspective, those tests are very important, and we want to have them. And we would like to be Dasharo be a role model and have all these things working. So that's essentially the goal. So I treat this passing all these tests is like a gold standard for UEFI secure boot because of story with MSI and because of all the shitty BIOSes in the world. Okay, so then the question is, of course, like okay, so what we do with this external tool, and how we can I don't know, like doesn't make sense even to. So we have HSI and something external which have to validate the device. So what would be the way, and we HSI going to HCL, Qubes OS HCL. What about this? What about the output of the testing of this?
You get test report.
Test report.
You can have a detailed test report, but only all those test cases passing gives you the green
Yeah, exactly.
check mark
Because
on the secure boot
this
category.
sounds like something you would actually need to like skilled technician to do that. It's not something you can automatically just run a tool and get the result, right?
I will try to go that direction.
Yeah, but still, some of this requires interacting with BIOS settings, so you need to either automate interacting with BIOS.
Yeah,
that's
that's
you can do that. Yes. Yes, you can do that. But
Yeah,
it's
the
not
versions
something
will be problematic. I guess like.
And some test cases have to be performed in the BIOS environment.
But I have hope that there is finite version of the finite amount of the versions of the, and there are some corner cases which we don't want to cover. We just want to cover the most popular one, the most important one, the one we care, the one even which can pass other tests, because maybe checking UEFI secure boot for some failures in other areas doesn't make sense.
Have you seen for the test procedure? Have you seen the procedure for Qubes certification? I think I sent it to you some time ago. It's a procedure. It's not very strict, I would say.
I don't recall that.
You had some comment to that to this, so yeah.
Okay.
But it is procedure to be performed manually, and it includes stuff like now suspend the system and wait this amount of time, and then resume and test this and that, and then now connect the headphones and check if it works. So
Okay.
this is a procedure. It takes few hours to perform if everything goes well. So it's definitely something.
But you don't have. Do you have reports from that procedures? Yeah, and yeah. And where are those?
Check. Yeah, you see the result of the report on Qubes website.
Yeah, as a binary state.
Yeah, as a binary state, exactly.
I guess like that's not helping me. Like, okay, let's say it's very good at this point, but you know it would be way more helpful for me, and I guess for all the advanced users, and even technicians in the companies, you know, selecting platforms to have like more detailed report. Like we would like to know. Okay, so we saying someone will test this manually and will test. They say okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the point is to interpret the result of a procedure like this, you need to understand a bit how what is happening.
Yes, true.
Because this is not something you can you just deterministically get a true or false answer for every single.
Question: Is this meant as a test of the user of? Is this meant as a? It seems to me that this is trying to test something. Like if this thing catches a bug, it seems to me that the bug should be caught much earlier because.
Of course.
To me, if the firmware design is anything remotely resembling decent, then the secure boot stuff should all be in a library that has unit tests. And all of these things should have unit tests prior to ship, prior to even during the build process.
But that's very nice theory.
Yeah.
It doesn't work this way.
So how we will enforce that on every possible BIOS vendor?
You can't, but the point you can't. But EDK upstream should do it.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter for us.
Yeah.
Like maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. We can force them, so we have to work with what happens.
Yeah, but
Well,
the
EDK
point
is
is
an open source
what
project.
they should do and
As far
what
as-
they do. Like that MSI firmware, take an example. There is a specification how UEFI secure boot should behave, and they explicitly modify it to work another way. And this is one of
and
the
I
points.
don't quite understand. So here's my thinking. Testing this is going to require writing running custom EFI application or something.
No. Why? Just like I know, like there is already Hello World EFI in the tree, so you can download the Hello World EFI. You can.
As a test runner.
Yeah, but you know, like which test? Which test requires special application?
Okay, sorry. I meant I meant you need, if you're gonna run all these tests in an automated way without.
So we can do that, for example, in robot framework in 3M Lab, connecting the our open source hardware like controller, which do the power on, entering the setup menu, going to correct places, kick like disable, enable, clear certificates, provision new certificates, reboot, try the binary. Like this is possible to automate. It's not, there's no technical obstacles right now I see.
Okay,
Yes,
so this is meant to be run in 3M Devs labs, not on end user machines.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Because this from what I've seen, you can automate it, but you cannot automate it from within, not all of it,
Yes.
from within the system. You
Yes.
need at least some extra hardware to instrument.
So that's why there is need for a spec that user can execute manually if needed.
Yeah.
But is it for the
Maybe.
end user
I'm
or
not a user really. Maybe.
That's what I was saying. If you want something that you can test, I think if you had a custom UEFI application, you could test all of these things from within that application.
Not all of them.
No.
Definitely
Many
not,
of them.
not all of it, because some of it is testing how the system behaves after you change something in firmware. Like
Yeah.
change the CPU
So
settings. You cannot do that from UEFI application.
So the question is like, how easily is to expose that tests to the end users? Essentially, right now we're doing that, and anyone here in this room can do that. But this is hard because you have to take hardware, you have to get the remote test environment from us or some build yourself, connect everything, run the scripts, and like configure those scripts like with certain parameters. Where's the serial connected, and various other stuff. And it's not easy; it's just complex. Yeah. So as an alternative, we can provide manual methods. Like, click this, click that, go there, try this, try that, and this results means that, this results means that, and that's it. Like I kind of test spec, and then of course then there can be automation, which someone who really wants can integrate, and that's I guess that's maximum what we can do. And then there's problem with these results, with these test results, how to combine or expose those test results for those who will make decisions. That's kind of, we already know HSI, how it will be exposed, and there is this second part of this test which will be done kind of externally to the device, yeah, either by manual testing, either by, I don't know, 3M Dev test environment or someone else test environment.
Wouldn't it just be easier to have like a checklist? I mean, for a customer, the decision had to make which laptop he wants to buy from which brand. Then there was like some kind of user acceptance test. This was an Excel sheet. Then there was
so we have Excel sheet. We're doing this that way. I don't know if this is very useful for users. I don't know. Like that's rather a question right now to you. Yeah, if that's useful.
The automation only makes sense if you make the same thing like 1,000 times.
Exactly.
But in this case, I have a laptop from brand A, model B, then I will run the test once, as long as nothing's changing, right?
It's much easier than rewriting everything to automatic test because the option
but automation makes sense if you want to observe how it changes in times or
like for us for Dasharo it would be useful to not break things.
Yeah.
Like we don't want to break things when we're updating EDK, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes sense for you to do automated test for Dasharo specifically.
Yes, yes.
But
So,
not for all the...
okay, makes sense. Like automation doesn't make sense for end users. Good spec makes sense for end users. Or what? Because this would be wall of text.
Yeah,
maybe with some pictures.
You know, for end users, they would need to not the test spec, but actually results. Like
yeah, but someone have to do tests. Yeah, so.
So my point is, when you are looking for like you are end user looking for a single machine, then you basically go to website and you have list of supported machines for which somebody else did the test. If you are a developer or contributor or somebody looking looking for some specific models that are not included in the HCL and you want to check if it's okay, then you get to the list and you are kind kind of accept you will need to spend some extra hours.
I will tell like Qubes community members will do that. Like they doing way more crazy stuff than this kind of set of tests. If they will, if the results will be like kind of, okay, I will put this check marks, and the result will be like my level of privacy, security, and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure there will be those who will do that.
And some will also do video editing workstation.
Okay, I guess maybe like let's wrap up. Yeah, so maybe you're right. Like it's more about having a spec how to perform for end users or for community members, not end users, community members, like engaged community members who wants to do that. 3MD probably will do that automatically. So maybe if someone wants like evaluate some hardware, we will say like send us hardware. I don't know, like maybe this will be only for business. But we will also make sure that we will pass this test for Dasharo and we will not regress. And the question is like then if we can somehow interleave that results into the evaluation criteria which are in Qubes HCL, for example. How to do that? Marek will say, I have to go to your lab and really check if you really do this test. Those have to be signed by all the people who touching the file.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of, okay, I guess this is for further discussion at some point. Okay, I guess that's it from my side, and I hope that next year I will have something like next generation of this, or maybe already something working, and I will present maybe that intermediate at the Dasharo user group meetings, which are every quarter. Thanks. Okay, so thank you very much for surviving today's. Excuse me.
Hello.
Hello.
Started.
Thank you very much for surviving today's of Qubes OS Summit. Thank you for all the speakers, for all the presentations, and I hope we will meet again next year. Of course, there's tomorrow whole day of hackathon. If someone wants to hack with us, then like feel invited and come to us. Let's talk about the problems. Let's try to diagnose those. Maybe debug. Maybe if you need some support, please tell us. If you want have some answers about BIOS, about Qubes OS, feel free to stay tomorrow. And yeah, and I of course at the end would like to give one more round of applause for our sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. And for those who are interested in having a beer or tea today evening, like let's go to Sud Block. 3M Dep will be there. At least part of 3M Dep will be there at 7:30 p.m. So if you want to talk with us in casual atmosphere, feel invited. And thank you very much. And we see you next year or tomorrow or today evening. Take care.